Hello, chat. How we doing? Happy Wednesday. Hope everybody's having an amazing day. I'm going to go ahead and check my sound because I've been realizing that this is apparently the hardest part about streaming. Hope everybody's having an
Hi,
amazing
great to
day.
see you. What can I help with today?
Check my sound. Cool. Also sounds like the RTMP is working, so we might get our friends jumping in on the conversation here. How you guys doing tonight?
Sounds like you hit the toughest part. What exactly feels hardest? Getting started, structuring it, or finishing? Tell me the context. Project, topic, step, and I'll help break it into manageable pieces.
I guess I'm just introducing the tonight's stream to our beautiful audience. So,
Great! Do you mean it's working, so we might get the demo or the live feed? Which outcome are you hoping for so I can help prepare?
same. I'm not sure yet, but let me do this intro quick and then we'll
Do
chat,
you mean
okay?
plans for the stream tonight? Or what you're doing personally? For the stream, we could run a demo, do a Q&A, play a game, or just hang out. Which sounds best to you?
Let's play a game. It's kind of working, chat.
Do you mean a Tonight Show style stream? I can help plan a monologue, guest interview, sketch, or musical segment. Which direction do you want to take tonight?
Sketch, please. Is that coming through, by the way, chat? Do you guys hear that?
Totally fine. Do you mean you're unsure about the stream format tonight or about getting started personally? If it's the stream, we can pick a short demo, a Q&A, an easy game, or a relaxed hangout, which feels least.
Okay, chat. We'll try to get that locked in.
Nice. Glad the chat's working. Do you want to run a quick demo, commands/mod tools, test viewer interactions, or go live now?
Okay. Yeah, let's let them chill out for a minute. Also, I just realized I have the banner on here. That one, the internet got the best of me, chat. Tried our damnedest to get it where we were going to do an all-day stream, and then literally most of the internet went down thanks to I think it was Cloudflare again. But this too shall pass, chat. This too shall pass. How are you guys doing tonight? Everybody having a good day? I want to shout out someone in particular tonight that is honestly the reason that I'm streaming, and I don't even know this person had this intention of doing this, but I was on a space early tonight. Uzi was hosting one, and we were just kind of chatting about different things, and Landon, who's big in like the Tesla community and just all around good dude, gave me some kind words, and I just want you to know, man, that's what got me streaming tonight. So truly grateful for you. And chat, sometimes you don't even know like when your words affect people in positive ways, and I don't know, man, I'm just really grateful for you. Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, chat, I haven't been on for the last 5 days. Honestly, sometimes this is what you go through. I also want to shout out Sierra. I talked to her yesterday and gave me some good motivation to keep moving forward too. So both you guys are both amazing. Yeah, some days you just don't feel it. And that's when it's the hardest, right? Like that's when it sucks the most. And I know, like, I wish I had a better way to say, like, suck it up, fucking do it, let's go. But like I didn't, and I failed. And some days, like, you just gotta realize you don't have your A game, and you're just gonna be, off your game a little bit. But the important thing is that you get back at it and you just keep going. So that's why I haven't been streaming the last couple days, just to be honest. Wasn't feeling it. My mind wasn't there. And I mean, I've been working in the background. It's a good sign, good part of it, but I should have been doing this more often. So my way of saying, chat, startups are hard. Like Elon always says, startups are like staring into the abyss and while chewing glass. And there's a lot of truth to that, because it can be lonely. It can be, especially as a solo founder, like it's not easy to move, right? And like when you don't do something, it just doesn't happen. And I think that's the trickiest piece of it, is like you don't have a HR team to like take a sick day from, or like, you don't have a backup salesperson to just help you through your shit. It's like if you don't do it, it doesn't happen. And so I guess that's my way of saying, chat, like, give yourself grace when it does happen, because it will happen often. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you guys are much better at this than I am, but like, this is my 4th and a half startup, and like, this will happen a lot. But you just got to keep at it a little bit every day, until it's a lot of bit every day. And then you're cooking, chat. But that said, I do want to give you guys some updates on where we're at with everything. Some positive news. We now have a company, chat. We are officially HostFabric Incorporated. So I walked everybody, I think a couple streams ago, through the process using Stripe Atlas on how to create the company and like some of those initial docs and everything. And I love that process. It's so easy. In fact, let's jump into that now. Let's just jump into it, and then we'll take it from there. Also, I'll swap out the music in a minute here. I just like to get through this song as my kind of intro flavor of it. Let's go here. So we are...
Do you mean Fabric Incorporated is a company name you want help developing, logo, tagline, elevator pitch, market positioning, or legal/registration steps?
I'm good. Thank you, though. We'll talk a little bit later.
Finish.
Chat, they're working consistently. This is insane. Let's go. By the way, Gwendo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Okay, chat. So I'm going to sign into Stripe here and show you what that looks like. Okay, so this is us. We're still pre-revenue. So, the guy from Silicon Valley would be proud. But we could actually get revenue because we are officially a company, chat. Basically, we went through the process of incorporating, and we are now a Delaware C Corp. I know Delaware isn't the sexiest, with all the recent changes and stuff, but it's still the most stable way to do it. And if you're going to raise money, especially from VCs and angels, like this is the way to get there. And I highly recommend using Stripe Atlas to do so, because as you saw from that process, like after I did everything on the first day, this is all hands off, chat. Gwendo, for sure. I'll drop that in a little bit here. Yeah, I have someone working on the graphics right now, so that's not an immediate need, but if you want to throw it in there for later, I'd definitely like to chat. All right. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. So chat, we also set up our banking account. I went with Mercury just because honestly, it is the simplest process, and I like Mercury. Like, I don't hate on Brex. I use them in 2 startups. They work great. But Mercury was just honestly easier in this process. And so congrats on having a simple UI, guys, or UX for that process. That means we can now start accepting payments officially. And yeah, the next thing that they're going to do is that 83B election. And I did reach out to my CFO friend, and hopefully they'll be able to jump on one of these calls or whatever this is, streams pretty soon here to kind of walk us through all the other fun stuff. So like the RSPAs, the 83B elections, like all the kind of stock stuff behind the scenes that we're going to have to do as part of this process. But he's much better explaining it than I am, so I'll be able to do that as well. So, but that said, chat, like this is real now. Like we are a company, and I don't know. I mean, it's really exciting. So, two things. First, I do need to hold, please. Get our to-do list. Okay, so we now need to also make so all the current products that are on there are using the Stripe test accounts. So we have to make real products pricing TC in Stripe. So we'll do that. I might do that one tomorrow actually, because it's basically just like copying a bunch of APIs back and forth, and that's not as fun to watch on stream, as I've learned. But we will get that cooking in a minute. So let me show you some other stuff that we've implemented. But I want to change this up to, what's it? SoundCloud. Let's go for that lo-fi chill. I like that one. Actually, you know what? Let's try it from my playlist and see if it just autoplays from here. We added like 4 or 5 songs to this, so I think this was on the chill side. Let me make sure you can hear it again, because there's another thing I learned, chat. I watched the VOD and like you can barely hear this, so sorry about that. Can you hear it? Oh, it's paused. That helps. Okay, one sec, chat. I'm gonna get this dialed in, and then I'm not gonna ever touch a setting ever again. Okay, I think that's a good middle ground. And honestly, guys, I mean, I've always had an appreciation for streamers, but after this, like, I'm definitely so impressed with people that have to do this all the time, because it is legit hard. Okay, last thing I swear, I'm gonna turn this down, then turn this up a little bit. Okay, I think we're good. So chat, what is latest and greatest? First off, I wanted to show you this page, which currently has a hydration issue. We'd love to see it. Let's throw this in here. Close all the things in beat.local. So I'm gonna have to change a billion APIs. Okay, and I was just about to push an update for this, so let's go ahead and do that quick. But I want to see if that hydration issue happens even after we restart the server. So if you haven't been on this stream before, first, welcome. What we're doing is creating a AI platform to allow for streamers to have an AI co-host or co-hosts in a simple way. And the project stemmed from me just wanting to do a podcast and not finding good software to do that, truly. And so over the past month or so, been vibe coding a way to do that. And it kind of extended into some other areas that aren't quite ready yet, but I'm excited to chat soon about. But basically, this is the initial go-to-market. And ChatGPT and I had a long, deep research conversation yesterday about the best way to do that. And I think this is the optimal way to do it. By the way, anytime after 11 p.m., chat, we're going to go dark mode. So apologies for your eyes in the meantime. I was testing something on dark mode earlier. So there we go. Back to the not kill your eyes vibes. But yeah, it's welcome to the stream. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. And we are going to be testing a couple things, including our chat integrations, which, by the way, now include, wait for it. Okay, so the Twitch is working and YouTube is now working, which was such a pain in the ass, chat. You don't know how many back and forths I had to get this one to go. And there was supposed to be another one on here, but I'm not seeing it. So let's go ahead and ask our homie Claude here. And actually, it's been a minute since I restarted Claude, and I don't remember how far back I'm going to go. So on the bottom left here, what I'm going to do is basically I have two PowerShell windows that I just split into two windows. The one on my right is our node server. So you can see here we're on localhost port 3000 to get this going. And then on this side is where I do Claude in the CLI. I do that by going YOLO mode. So literally you just install the plugin and then say, well, first I want to do Claude Doctor to see if we have any updates to it. It'll check the installation, give you the latest and greatest. And then what I'm going to do is Claude dangerously skip permissions. And that's, think of it kind of like a YOLO mode when you type it correctly. Danger, EROUSLY, skip permissions. And what that allows you to do is basically not have it bug you every time it wants to make a change. And so it's kind of a handy way to do that. Anyway, what we're going to do is say on the chat integrations page, we do not see the work we did to integrate with Streamlabs. Please add it as we have, or in the same way we added Twitch and YouTube. And so what I'm going to do is take a screenshot of this just to give it a little help on what we want it to be. And since this is a CLI, you have to do Alt-V to paste in an image, not Control-V. Control-V is for text in the CLI for Claude. So and then please add it in the same way we added Twitch and YouTube. Then we'll let Claude cook on that for a minute. You'll notice that I do the, on the far left here, so these are the files that we're going to be adding to the latest and greatest on GitHub. So these are the changes we've made recently. And I also have the OpenAI ChatGPT plugin over here because it does a pretty good job of basically doing YOLO mode by itself. So you can say auto context, agent auto full access, which is basically their version of YOLO mode. And I couldn't get the Claude version to do that. So that's why I still use the CLI over here. And then on the right, you can see I use Grok, code for a lot of like quick things that I want help with. Its only Achilles heel right now is that it doesn't do multimodal yet. So you can't copy images into it, but everything else, it's blazing fast. It's really smart. And then I also, if you look here and open a new chat, I'm going to close these two. Currently, this is the dumbest name ever, but GPT 5.1 Codex Max Extra High Fast, dear God, is now free for the next, or till tomorrow, I guess. Shit. Okay. So all the ChatGPT things over here in Cursor are free at the moment, so you can use them to your heart's content. And the other good thing about Grok is it's also free for the next little while, apparently. So with all that to be said, what you should have seen here, and hopefully will momentarily, is that we now integrate into Streamlabs too. So we use the Streamlabs API. Streamlabs is this software chat. This is the thing that we use to stream, right? It shows all my different scenes. So the scenes here are the things that, like when I switch between like this and back to this, like those are called scenes. And so basically you can either click on here, or you can use what's called a stream deck, which is this thing, which just has different buttons that you can press for the different scenes, or like different ways you can access that. I also have investigated the voice changer functionality, so we might implement that pretty quickly here too. But anyway, all that to be said, how we actually get our homies to show up on the screen is what's called a browser source. So I go to sources here, I type in browser, and basically you can add your own external website on top of the thing that you're showing on the screen here. And what that looks like for us is this page here, where we can basically move and mix and match our homies on the screen. You know, we can choose how many we want on here. If you have a plan, I mean, if your plan allows for multiple ones, then you can just add multiple ones here. We now have this grid which you can snap to like make sure that they're the same distance apart. We have light and dark themes, which is a bug. So I'm just going to throw that in ChatGPT. New, paste. Make sure these are visible on dark mode. White text on white background for the drop downs. Okay. But with this, we just copy the URL once we've kind of set up the homies in the way that we want, or add, you know, different speech bubbles, captions, all the things here. But we just want this right now. So let's go name and speed mode, and I'm going to copy that URL and go back to our browser source. And then basically, I already have this in here, but imagine I paste that in there, and then all you'll see is this, and then you just paste in that URL, and that's how we get them to appear on the screen. So you're not going to see them yet because I currently have them hidden, because when they're not hidden, as you heard earlier, they basically you know, since we're using this thing called RTMP to like talk to them instead of just like a push to text. Actually, let me turn that off quick. We're going to test it, chat. So I'm going to go to my panel here. I'm going to switch, well, wherever this is. So anywhere on the other pages. Oh my God. So these are all the things that I was talking about earlier, and I do need to clean that up a little bit. But let's get rid of all of those. Okay, and copy these errors that we just found. Love that. I'm going to paste that into GPT 5.1 Codex Max Extra High Fast. They should pay you to like have to pronounce that. That's crazy. Okay, so anyway, it's going to be, I'm switching it from auto replies to push to talk. See, it's still push to talk. Okay, so now it shouldn't be taking anything else that I'm saying for a minute here. But this is good. This is a good test chat. Let's paste that into here. Throw that into Grok too. So if it's working on something else and it's like doing something, if you just paste it like this, what it'll do is throw it into a queue, which allows for it to like basically get through its current workload and then just do it at the end. But I'm gonna hold off for a minute just until it does some of this first. Okay, it's still thinking we're talking. Push to talk. I have push to talk set up in the voice overlay, but it is still adding all of my words through the RTMP server via Streamlabs as though I didn't switch to the push to talk version. Please resolve this. Resolve this thoroughly. Okay. A little redundant, but we got there. Okay, so this is going to be, once this is done, then we're going to be able to put them back up here. Hey, what's up, Diogenes? We are working on an AI co-host. So these are the homies. They are connected to all the different 4 AI models. So Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok.
I can resolve this thoroughly. Tell me exactly what this is. A document, bug, decision, design.
We're still working out a couple bugs, but try to figure it out. So yeah, welcome to the stream. We're just kind of digging in and working through some bugs, and hopefully we get to launch this week. So you're coming in at a good time. Welcome. Okay, so multiple application errors is done. You love to see it. And then I'm going to paste in that other error message we had about the internal queue. And then also, so I'm seeing some type script errors here. What I'm going to do about that is go to a third one here quick, hover over it and say fix in chat, and then we'll just put in everything that you need to fix that, and then just let it rock. You can also do it inline if you right click or hover. See how it says quick fix here? If you use quick fix, it'll do like the cursor version of like its AI model, but it's not as good as this, and especially since it's free now, like just use that. All right, let's go back and see what Claude says. So both tasks are complete. Here's a summary of the changes I made. Empty state, so we now have an empty state for Streamlabs. We have our chat integrations panel, and Streamlabs integration is now has the same visual treatment as Twitch and YouTube with a floating icon, grid highlighting, connect with Streamlabs button, and social proof stats section. Let's go. Let's go test that quick. Okay, that's a hell of a logo. Do you know how to speak some Spanish? Un poquito. Más o menos. What you're developing is interesting, but I hardly understood much English. Oh, Lo siento, amigo. Necesito practicar. Gracias. ¿Cómo se dice follow en español? Pero el o la IA es, es posible hablar en español con el IA y ellos hablan en español back to you. Lo siento. I took 6 years of Spanish. I've been to many Spanish-speaking countries, and when I go there, I pick it up quick again. But if I don't, which I haven't for a couple of years now, I lose it quickly. So I'm really, really sorry, man. I'll brush up on it. And thank you for the follow, Diogenes. Agato. Gracias, amigo. Mucho gusto. Okay. Okay, mejor. Okay, so basically, chat, what this is, so what I was showing you earlier about Streamlabs here this is what a lot of streamers use to stream. So it's basically like OBS is the main kind of like open source flavor, and Streamlabs is what a lot of people use because you can get like scenes and apps and different things out of it for free. And then you can pay for, I think it's $19 a month for their ultra version, which is allowing for you to use other cool stuff as part of it. And by doing that, what we can do with this now, it's actually pretty insane, chat. So a lot of streamers, and if you don't know the streaming world too well, think of it kind of like, and a lot of my ex-friends are on the call here, so like to put it into X terms, think of it like a live version of Spaces, right? Except that you can give donations, you can give subscriptions, you can have followers, you can have raids from other channels that will like raid your channel with their followers. So if they get offline, they'll do this thing called a raid, where they will, you know, raid another channel with their followers, and then it's just a way to kind of share the love with that. You can also get loyalty points for different amount of time you're in chat or different aspects of that, which is really cool. And now all those things are now integrated with HostFabric. So an example of this might be, you know, if you set your AI, so if you set the AI here, right? So imagine they only, you know, will talk to the chat.
Where they'll be placed or which platform they'll use. Tell me which, and I'll adjust.
Hold on, ChatGPT, hold on. So basically, if they do that with a donation, then they can say a speech or like have a question for the AI or something, and it's really cool. Or like if you're a subscriber, like you can set it to subscribers only mode to ask questions or something. And I think that'll be a really cool way to just have streamers have better integration and like just have more fun with streaming, right? Like a lot of times it's just monologues, and until you're a big enough streamer where you can have an engaging chat more often, it's really hard to get followers, chat. It's really hard to get engagement, and this allows for you to, yeah, cool. Thank you, Diachi. That means a lot. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Yeah, it's trying to just make it better for streamers. That's my goal. And now that you can integrate Streamlabs as well, I hope that that process will get even better. I am still working on a Kick integration, by the way. I started looking into the API on how to do that. They don't make it as easy, to be honest. In order of like easy to hard, Twitch is the easiest by far. Then YouTube is harder. And then Kick is a little bit harder than that. And then X is like crazy hard. Actually, and I still forgot, I've been trying to reach out to a friend named Blank Speaker who knows the API really well. Or I wouldn't say friend, but like someone I know through X, and is friendly, really good dude. I'm going to ask him to maybe help on some of that stuff with it. So I'm hopeful that we can get parity across all the platforms, but we shall see, chat. But that said, it's getting there, and so really excited about this part of it. On the voice configuration, now you can select even more of the voices per whichever one you select. In Diogenes, to your question earlier, we now have Spanish as well. Not
Hello,
sure.
this is a voice preview sample.
Not just the accent, en español también. So, where is it? Yes. I don't know where it is. But please trust me that it does work in Spanish. I tested it a little bit. And they'll respond in Spanish as well. And you can do a Latin America accent. You can do a Spanish accent. So it's kind of fun that way. And then the voice and listening. So this is the part we got to fix because apparently this is broken. I did simplify this a lot, chat, just to make it a lot easier to use. But for some reason, it was picking up our other version. And so I'm going to check that quick here. Okay, push to talk selection in the listening settings now actively updates the background listening state. So RTMP ingest from Streamlabs is ignored unless you're in auto RTMP mode. Previously, the selector only lived in local storage, leaving the ingest path stuck in the last always on state. Mapped each input mode to the server's listening state and auto sync on load change via API control listening state, keeping the overlays and RTMP aligned with the chosen model. Added lightweight status messaging so you'll see if the sync is in progress or fails. Cool. Should we save this to the database as well? Are you setting up the AI models in your store or local? So all the AI models are directly connected to the APIs of the models themselves. So Claude is using the Anthropic API. ChatGPT is using OpenAI's API. Gemini is using...
Do you mean designing a lightweight status messaging system?
Sorry. So it's not local. I had looked into that a little bit, and I might do that in the future as maybe a free option, just to keep, testing it and doing that. But I haven't found a good model to do that yet. And so I'm hoping some of this next generation of open source models we'll be able to just kind of have our own one in the background. But as of now, you can just select whichever is your favorite, and you can just select whichever one you want. And then also you can customize kind of the look and feel of your avatar. So this is how who is this one? ChatGPT. But you can kind of go back and forth between any different flavors of how you want it to look. Or if you want to choose it yourself, you can do so with this. And then you can mix and match on how you want it to look. And then, basically think of it kind of like a game character creation screen where you can just choose, mix and match on how you want it to look and feel. And so then you can just save it to your library. We'll call this one Cool Cat. You can share it with your friends now, and then you can apply it to the co-host. And so now when we move it back on the screen, it will update with that new version.
Do you mean how you want it to look visually or how you want the wording to read.
Is this your own business or are you developing open source? It's my own business. Yeah. But I mean, I'm pretty open about it. It's not an open source project, but it is open. I'm just sharing everything I'm doing as part of this process. So I think this is our like 15th stream now. So yeah, it's basically, you know, I'm sharing anything I can with the world just to try to show you how to do vibe coding as well as to just set up the startup process and do that yourself. So if I can be helpful in any way, anytime, hit me up and I'll help you any way I can. So let's go back here. I'm going to restart our server to see if it can pick up those new changes we just made. Okay, so it says that the listening state is good. So let's check. Can you confirm this is... The listening state you just set is already persisted in overlay events when the API control state is called. So ingest overlay servers, pull the latest mode from Supabase, and stay in sync across the processes. What's not persisted is the preferred input method, UI choice for future sessions. That still lives in source. If you want to make that preference to roam across devices, we'll add a small column. Let's do it. Okay, so basically what it says was it persists it in the database, but it doesn't save your choice for which one you've selected. It's currently just saving it in the browser as a local storage object. So instead of, since we want to save it in the database, because that way, if you do something like the mobile app version, so this is what this, you know, if you have this open on your phone, right, then you can choose which ones are available, your messages, your queue. And it also has the, you know, if you want to use push to text or push to talk versus the auto RTMP version. If we save it to the database, then it'll pick it up in the database here as the streamer, you know, has both of them open at the same time. So what it's going to do is create a little SQL file here that alters our public user settings table. And then from here, it'll add this column called push to talk and then just basically say which version it's using as it does so. And so by doing that, it will allow for us to save it across the platform. Oh. Thank you. So there's two ways we can do this. One is we just copy this here and go to our Streamlabs project, or sorry, go to our Supabase project. So let me pull that up here. Okay, so then we just copy this. So this is our project in Supabase, which is our Postgres database. And then I'm just going to paste in that SQL and I'm just going to hit run and it will alter that table. And now that table now has that new column for us. So then we can go back into Cursor and say, added the SQL successfully, or ran the SQL successfully in Supabase. And let's see if it'll do a little test for us. Okay, so now it's saved there. The other thing you can do is what's called a database push. So since we have Supabase installed locally on the computer here, it really does look like it's well advanced. What are you working on right now? Thanks, Diogenes. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm working right now on just some last minute bug fixes. Trying to get the voice configuration part working correctly, and also some of the chat integrations. I want to test all of these out just to make sure that they're working as expected. But then, yeah, I think we're ready to go live with it. And I'm actually really excited about that part. So going to be talking to a bunch of streamers and see if they want to use it or test it, and we'll make it free for everybody to test and get some good feedback, and maybe get some testimonials like, hey, this was fun to use, or this sucked, or whatever. And so we can use that to start our process. I also want to make some a couple updates to how we do the billing pages, etc. And then from there, we'll be ready to go. But thank you. That's really kind. Thank you so much. So let's go here. Back to here. Okay. So let's open that. Localhost. Okay. Okay, so now let's restart the server one more time. Part of these things that are broken currently, chat, is just because I made a ton of changes to different systems, and different systems often impact all the different pages, especially if you do like a security change. Like I added a bunch of security features like this CSP, which will like look at the data that's sent between the different servers, and by doing that, we're a lot more secure, but also it breaks some shit along the way. So that's what we're kind of working through tonight, is just getting those last little bugs solved for, and then we should be ready to rock with it. Okay, so now this is saying that this is push to talk. So now if let's change our key quick here, because I think it has to set in the database. Okay. So that's a little bug. We'll say, make this lighter in dark mode. Okay, so you can actually see there's a little tick mark here, which is our push to talk button. So now if we go to our panel page, there shouldn't, so let's clear the queue. Refresh. Okay, cool. And so now, chat, now let's turn on the homies again. Okay, they loaded. You love to see it. Oh, and it's still capturing my voice. Okay, so that's a bug. I'm gonna copy this and say, actually, I'm gonna take this out quick. I went to the control page and have it set to push to talk, but still see the text coming.
Hi, great to see you too.
Text
What can I
coming
help you
through
today?
as
Configuring an
RTMP.
integration, troubleshooting
Please check
something,
again.
or something else.
And through in the queue. Although that could be one more time. I'm going to click this and then click back. Click this, push to talk. Okay. Also, I can't click between the auto and push to talk options. Resolve this thoroughly. Peruvian and studying systems engineering. What would you recommend me to improve in my development? That's awesome.
Nice. Glad it's all good. Anything you want help with right now? Configuring an integration, troubleshooting.
We'll let them hang out for a minute. Oh, that's awesome, man. My last startup, one of my early co-founders was Peruvian. Really good dude. And Peru is a beautiful country. I haven't been yet. I've only been to Ecuador and Brazil, so right next door, but I still got to get to Peru. I would recommend, it's tricky because systems engineering is a lot. So first off, I would say AI is definitely the future, right? Like everybody kind of knows this or should know this by now. And so any way that you can start using AI in a meaningful way to kind of help you grow as, both an engineer, but also just as part of your engineering process, I would just recommend that. So, learn how to work with the different models, learn how to use, it kind of depends on your work and like what you want to be doing with it. So let me stop talking and ask some questions. Like, what type of work would you ideally want to do with your degree? Like, what kind of areas in systems development or systems engineering do you want to do? And I'll answer it based on that question. But definitely lean into the AI. It's the future, and it's going to be the way that we all do work in a little while here. And as you're seeing here, like, I'm not coding anything, right? I'm just using AI I'm basically coding in English, right? So it also works in Spanish. I had some Russian friends that basically, did the same thing I'm doing here, except they were doing it in Russian. So like they're so multilingual now that you can basically get most of what you need out of it from any language that you want to use with it. Working as a full stack developer, cool. Interested in becoming IoT and augmented reality. That's awesome, dude. I love that. For IoT and augmented reality, is there a specific like domain that you want to work in under that? Is it more like the hardware side, or do you like kind of more of where the software meets the hardware? What's kind of your goal with that? And I have some friends that are pretty deep into those spaces, so I might be able to connect you with them for some better answers as well. Okay, we got our little tick mark that's checked now, so we can see that. I tightened the listening state broadcast push to talk now persists with the user ID and the ingest webhook respects it. Okay. So I'm going to reload one more time. And then ingest offline. Good. And it's not getting any of the speech. So I think this is actually working, chat. So now let's go a bit back to setup auto replies. Your RTMP stream is not connected. AI cannot hear you. Okay, good. Let's go to our setup page. RTMP setup. Okay, it actually is working. Interesting. So you can see down here. Oh, you can't see it. One sec, chat. So you can see that it's listening to what I'm saying as I'm saying it. And this is all through Streamlabs, chat. This is just a RTMP server that we're connected to here. So when you go live, so we're currently live on Kick, Twitch, X, YouTube, and HostFabric by adding this code here. So you add your URL, which is this, and then your stream key, which is this. And then based on that, you're able to have it pick up what you're saying. So that's good. Now let's go back to push to talk. And now I'm talking again to see if it's not picking up. So good. It didn't pick up anything. Let's go, chat. So I'm going to refresh. And it saved it. Did it save it? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think it's just a refresh thing. It did save it. So that's good. Refresh. Weird. Okay, I'm gonna paste this into ChatGPT. Diogenes says, it was a pleasure being in your stream. Good luck with your development. It's already 1 a.m. here. I'm going to sleep now. Otherwise, I can't make it to class. Thank you for stopping by, Diogenes. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That means a lot. And mucho gusto, amigo. Hasta pronto. Y tiene suerte buena mañana en clase. Necesito practicar, amigo. But thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. All right. What a good guy. Thank you. Okay, so we gave ChatGPT that to cook with here. And I think okay, so remember, chat, what I was just saying? Like, we added the security, the CSP. CSP stands for Content Security Policy, which basically means that it limits the type of data that can get transferred between different servers or different, like your browser and the server, or server to server, which we have now in Vercel in our VPS server. And apparently there's just, shit littered along the way that we have to update to also be good with that. Your browser is rejecting Google Tag Manager and Cloudflare Beacon because your content security policy doesn't allow these types of scripts. Well, update it so it allows for them. Come on. This is a lazy answer, ChatGPT. Okay. Sometimes you just gotta tell it, don't be lazy. It's interesting that the cat is so much bigger than the other ones. We'll have to, ciao, cuidate. Ciao, ciao. Y gracias.
Do you mean you want to share, shorten, validate, or troubleshoot a URL? Tell me the URL or what you want done with it, and I'll walk you through the exact steps.
Okay. Okay, we're going to turn them off for a little bit longer, chat. I think what's happening...
Adding HostFabric?
Yeah, okay. I think what's happening is, well, two things. One, we're getting this 500 error, so we got to resolve that. This one here. So we're going to see our preview payload static room default. So when you see a 500 error, a lot of times you don't see the exact error in this message in the console logs. But where you can see that is in your server logs. So if you open up your server log, so that, remember, this is where we have that npm run dev. So this is where our server is. And then let's just look up here to see if we can find that 500 error. So 200 is a good thing. 200 means everything is good to go. 404 means it can't find this file because we don't have a audio UI error MP3. So we'll have to create some of those. And I created those, by the way, chat, just as a kind of a intermediate version of almost like a way to have something. So when it takes too long for the AI to respond, we want them to have some kind of message happening, right? And so this just kind of gives them that interim version of it to do so, which is why we have it there. But let's see here. Okay, that's our error. We know this error though. I'm not seeing a 500 error, chat. Which, if you've watched any of my streams, you'll know errors are good. Not seeing an error is bad, because then it's hard to find where to find it. So what we're going to do is just copy this. And say, still, okay, we have the voice input set to push to talk. But when I open the overlay page on as our browser source on Streamlabs, we do not see, or we still hear the characters responding as though RTMP is enabled. Okay, let's see if we can clean that up. So this is good. Add a Google Tag Manager and Cloudflare insights to the CSP applied to the middleware. Remember, we use a different version for the middleware now. I don't remember what it's called. Search for the other. Updated middleware for Next.js. Okay. But if we refresh, let's see if we see, yeah, okay. So we still see these errors because it used the wrong version of this. There's a new version, I don't remember what it's called. Apparently there's like a new hotness to do it this way, and I don't remember what it's called, but it'll figure it out. Okay, 500s came from Azad validation. Cool. Can you generate the missing MP3 files that we have currently 404? If you can't, please remove that functionality until we generate them. So that way we'll just get rid of the 404 errors until we create them. And that's going to be tricky because each model has its own unique voice, right? And you can set that. And so I'm not sure how we're going to do that, to be honest, but try to figure it out. Oh yeah, I put a bunch of these like future facing ideas. So have a better clip sharing system so you can just share it to social quickly. Add a highlights reel so you can just auto generate kind of a highlight, and then community gallery so we can do like kind of a community version of this. I might do this directly to Discord. I'm not sure yet. Oh, I should have told Diogenes to join our Discord. Chat, if you haven't joined our Discord yet, feel free to do so. Would love to have you there. Let me share our link to that. So this is our Discord. If you want to stop by and say hi, there's going to be a lot more hopeful engagement things on that coming soon here. But yeah, if you want to get in early, feel free to do so. Original image. Okay. So let's go back here. Okay, so it's still trucking on the CSP thing. Isn't it interesting? It's looking at Vercel insights, like it's looking online, and I didn't even tell it to do any of this stuff. So it's actually being pretty thorough, which I respect a lot. It should have done this in the first place, to be honest, but I'm glad that it'll eventually get us to hopefully the right answer. Wish I would have remembered the name of it just to give it a little head start, but it'll get there. Okay, can you generate the missing MP3 files? I can't generate MP3s, so I've temporarily disabled audio fetches to stop the 404s. All sound configs now point to the inline silent data URI and short circuit when the assets are unavailable. Okay, perfect. Here's the fix and what to do next. Root cause. Listening state events were not getting persisted because we weren't passing a user ID into the Superbase overlay events insert. Ingest then kept seeing the last always on snapshot and kept accepting RTMP transcripts even after you switched to push to talk. Fix in the code applied. Update listening status now forwards the user ID into broadcast listening state, and the broadcaster uses that user ID when inserting the listening state row. This makes the latest push to talk state persist and be respected by the ingest guard. Let's go. Okay, so we're going to redeploy or restart your server so the updated listening state is live, and then test push to talk. Okay, so I'm going to do Control C to kill the server, press up arrow to get our npm run dev, and then hit enter. And then let's go back here, refresh. I know, it's so bright. Okay, refresh one more time. Okay, and I'm gonna put the homies on the screen. Okay, so we're on push to talk. Let's go to here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. All right, chat, let's go. We are cooking. Okay, so now let's go back to RTMP and see if they start again. Hello, can you hear this? Damn. Okay, that's still broken. Okay, good work. We now do not hear or see any ingested RTMP
Peace.
speech to
Right
text.
back at you. How can I help today?
But when I changed it back to RTMP from push to talk, it took about 30
Sorry,
seconds
that sounds
before
Want to
the
tell me what
AI
happened, or should I help with something specific?
resolved to talk about it. Is this just because this is local and it will be faster when we push to Vercel? All right. Okay, open the CSP in both places we enforce it. The middleware used by
Got it.
proxy.
You want it to be a lot easier to use. Which part feels funky right now so I can suggest simple fixes or steps to make it more user-friendly?
Okay, great. Okay, make sure it is unreachable. This is down to RTMP. Can you hear this as well? Also, it's weird that it defaults to only ChatGPT. Cool, sounds good. Also, why is only ChatGPT responding when I am talking to it right now? We'll figure that out. Okay, so ChatGPT says, opened up the CSP in both places. We enforce it. Middleware is used by proxy, TS, added GA, GTM, and Cloudflare insights to scripts SRC, beacon host to connect SRC, so those scripts load and phone home without CSP blocks. Next.js header version synced as CSP to include the same Google Analytics or Cloudflare hosts and kept Vercel insights and script SRC for parity. Restart, rebuild the app so these new headers take effect. Okay, I'm gonna close the app, restart it. Likely because your RTMP ingest path defaults to ChatGPT only. The RTMP webhook sets agents, and when that env var sets, interesting. Since the payload we send from the ingest service doesn't include an agent list, only ChatGPT responds. We want this to be dynamic based on which co-hosts the streamer has set in their settings. So do not make this an env variable. Make this dynamic based on which ones they currently have available. Okay, so I think some of this comes down to like some of these updates we made here, chat, were, you know, back when I wasn't thinking of this as like an app that other people would use at the beginning. And so it will do things like hard code, these things called environment variables, which are good for like, if this is like a solo project and I just want this to work for me, then I had set like which ones it should respond to. But since this is dynamic, is this the 5,000 international follower gain coding live stream? Hell yeah, Brock. Welcome. The 5,000 international followers happen after all the AI respond in a single way at the same time and sing you know, some songs about it. So you're just about in time for it. How you doing, brother? Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so made RTMP agent selection dynamic per streamer. So it now pulls the room's owner's saved agent preferences from that and uses those when the ingest payload doesn't specify agents. No more global env default. Okay. Preference is sanitized to the main agents and still normalized per room. Okay, cool. So now let's test that. I'm gonna refresh.
You're welcome. Glad to help. Anything else you'd like to work on?
Can you tell your friends Claude, Gemini, and Grok to be more talkative, please? We're still getting these fucking errors. Review the last 10 git pushes we did to understand where we made other CSP changes. Hopefully that'll give it enough help to look at that. And it does a pretty good job usually of like looking back on the git logs, and it'll find where we made changes previously to these. And so then basically from there, it just has a little bit of a hint to know where to look for that, since it's still kind of a pain in the ass to find. Okay, this is another good. Okay, let's copy this as well. Ask, do we need to worry about this? Sometimes chat, if you don't know an answer, just ask it. I don't know about this, which one should we use, etc. Coming from the Supabase SDK, it's a reminder that get session on get auth state change just returns what's in storage and doesn't re-verify it for server-side trust decisions. You should use
Great, glad to hear it's working. Would you like me to walk through anything else or help optimize while you test?
Nah, you're good. Thank you. So helpful. Even though you shouldn't be right now. Okay, so I'm going to take those off quick, and then only one of them touch CSPs. Enhanced security middleware. Your current next server bundle still contains the old CSP string, which is why the browser reports as that and blocks them. Okay, rebuilding or redeploying. Please clear the cache and delete the next folder. So basically, sometimes chat, this stuff will get cached, like when you're developing locally, and you have to tell it to clean it up a little bit to basically allow for it to kind of come in clean with your updates. So let's do the server again, npm run dev. We're going to go back here, do a little refresh. Oh, fuck. Okay, first person that can spot this on the screen, the error that I made, gets 3 months free of HostFabric. By the way, cheers chat. I'm got a little bourbon going. Had a little bitters and some I think they're called the cuties, like the little mini oranges. So add a little bit of those to here. So cheers. It's a good winter drink, and it snowed like 6 inches yesterday here. So cheers. Okay. Unforeseen runoff and check viewers on that website. Sorry, bud, that's the wrong answer. The real answer is my dumbass was on HostFabric.ai control settings overlays. So even though this looks like the exact page as this, wait for it. The exact page as this, chat. This is on the website. So this is pushed to Vercel, and of course it will always still have this error because we didn't push those updates yet. So this is a gotcha that we'll run into all the time as a developer. And you'll notice we don't get those error messages anymore because it actually did fix it, and my dumbass was just thinking that I was still seeing it. So make sure you're on the localhost version of whatever you're developing. Otherwise, you're not going to see it until you push these updates that you've been working on to your environment. And when we push these chat to GitHub, it automatically kicks off a Vercel, which is our host, rebuild on their server. And we'll walk you through how to do that as well. So that's good. We're not seeing them anymore. Console warnings shouldn't matter here either. Okay, we're good with those. Okay, so let's see. We're refreshing. Okay, I'm actually going to ask it because we had set this up already. So let's say, why do we still see the button that says set up auto replies if we've already set this up and have RTMP working in the visual overlay, in the voice overlay? This is too, I don't know, not my vibe. It's a little better. By the way, I'm still getting copyright issues from YouTube. Like it had a some of these songs, even though they're all copyright free, there was still like every stream it'll give me like 2 or 3 warnings about it, which is annoying as hell. And then you got to go in and basically say like mute that part of it. Sorry, one sec. So like this is the one from December 6th. See, it says partially blocked. If we click on that, partially blocked. Okay. See details. The video can't be seen in some territories due to 1 or more claims. Can't get you out of my mind. Even though, again, on what is this, SoundCloud, it says as a copyright-free music. For some reason, it doesn't work that way. So what you have to do is say take action, and you can either erase the song and it'll just mute it. It'll replace it with something else, which is actually interesting. I haven't tried that part yet. Or trim out the segment, so it'll just literally like cut out that part of the video on YouTube. It does a pretty good job of erasing the song, so let's try that one again. And then mute all sound in the claimed segments. Let's just erase it. And the good thing is it does, again, pretty good job of doing that, but it takes like 10 minutes to do this, and it's just annoying. Like, they're so heavy-handed with that. I wish they would lighten up a little bit. Okay, so we're still getting a 404 on this, which is weird. So let's go here and paste this. And then click this one, see why we're doing the 404 up here. Well, that's just our 404 page. Okay. So we'll see. But after this chat, let's push it live, and then let's test it. Let's see if we can get some chat integrations going. It said it also fixed this, so let's refresh. Hydration. So if you see a hydration issue, the first thing I like to do is just restart the server, Control C to kill it, up arrow, enter, and then refresh that page. Okay, so then the hydration error is gone. It's just something about like mismatching on when you see it versus when the or what the server has cached on there. So I don't know, that's why I see it that way. Okay, good. So now we have our, hold please. Okay, so on the bottom right here, you see how it says auto replies offline. That's good. We want it to be offline mode until we click it. Set it up. Another hydration error. You love to see it. This one might be an actual error, so let's throw it in here. Handled the ingest health 404 by adding a fallback and softer handling in the control UI. Voice console controls now tries API control ingest health first, and if that fails, including 404s, it falls back to the monitoring ingest. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we don't see the error. Set up. Okay, so it is working. It just says offline still. It is working on the RTMP side, but it still says offline on the button. Make sure that those are synced correctly. Okay, you'll have to see it, chat. And then once it does this last fix here, what I'm going to do is say, and I usually use Grok for this because it's fastest. Say run a build test to just run a build test. Basically what that'll do is it will, instead of npm run dev, which starts up our dev server, it will do an npm run build, which basically allows for it to see what it will look like when it builds it on Vercel, because that's the next step that we're going to do, is push all these changes to Vercel, or push them to GitHub, which then deploys on Vercel. So I'll show you that in a second here. The button label was still showing offline because the ingest health probe was failing, even though RTMP is active. I added an RTMP active heuristic so the UI stays in sync. Cool. Refresh. Okay. I think we're close. Let's try chill hop. Made the ingest status in the control UI prefer online as soon as RTMP is detected, even if the health probe fails, so the button shouldn't show offline while your RTMP is working. Great. Hello, can you hear this? Same issue. Resolve this once and for all before we push to prod right now. Okay. I think it's this here, so I don't know if it's actually, and I should have said this too. Our local host version of fails often, so is that the issue? So this will probably work in production, is what I'm thinking. Because we've never really gotten the local host version of the health system thing provider working. And I just don't want to take the effort to do that right now. And so it should be working once it's live. Yes, that's a class. Okay, cool. Let's go, chat. So now let's tell Grok to do our build test. And basically, like I said, it just runs this npm run build, which you can totally do yourself. And I've gotten shit for this, but npm run build, right? You just run it. But what I like to tell them to, and by them I mean the AI, to do it, is because basically if it finds a bug, then I just have to copy and paste that into it anyway. So like, why waste a step in doing that if it can just do this? And if it does find a bug, it'll resolve it. There we go. It failed due to a TypeScript error. So I would have had to do this exact same thing. Not worth it. And it'll keep going until it's resolved. The orange peel adds a lot, chat. Highly recommend. I didn't go full old fashioned. I've been actually not, I love old fashions, but like they're so sweet sometimes. I've actually kind of been more just like rocks, bitters with a little orange peel in there. Highly recommend. Okay, let's find it all the shit. So these are updates we made earlier to the overlay positions. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. One of the cool things, and this might break as it does a build test, but in just a sec, I'll show you another cool update that we made. And I'm going to check my volume again, just because I'm kind of paranoid of that now. Check my volume. Cool. You guys ever used the iOS like a invite thing? I got invited to this New Year's Eve party thing, and the host sent a Apple RSVP thing. It looks pretty good, but I haven't never used it before. Had to download it. Seems pretty cool. I think iOS is like pretty good about getting you locked into their ecosystem for stuff like that. I don't know what it would look like if, like, you know, she sent it to a Android device, because it seems like it's only from the iOS store, so might just be Apple locking you in for yet another thing. Also, how crazy is it that in 3 weeks it's already the start of the new year? Insane. Yeah, almost 3 weeks is today. That's crazy, chat. Well, let's close it out strong, right? That is one of my goals, is like, I basically gave myself a month to see this through. Or like the month of December, rather, to see it through. And so if we can get this to a good spot, if we can get some customers, if we get some traction, then I will keep pushing with it. If not, we'll see. But we're kind of pot committed now, chat. Okay, so by the way, it said it got through all the build tests, no errors, which is cool. Okay, and then what I'm going to do now, so let me go back a step. Move my ugly mug down here. So if you can see this up here, chat. Webcam. Okay, so if you can see this up here, there's little sparkles, right? Instead of having to type like all the stuff that you did during the last changes during the changes that you made, just hit the sparkles. It'll get you a message here that basically goes through your updates, looks through what it did, and then you can just hit commit, which will commit it to GitHub, which is where we store all of our code for our project. And then I sync it to the server, so basically tells it to pull down any updates. So if you're working in like a multiple person team, and say they added some updates to it, it'll bring down those updates as well as push them up. Can get pretty nerdy pretty quick, but just use the UI here. You don't have to be fancy with it. Just use what you're seeing from that. and it'll be good to go. And then the cool part is, so I'm going to refresh. So the last update I made was 2 hours ago. And then there we go. So it pushed that new server, or pushed the new build to GitHub. And then by doing that, it kicks off a Vercel, which is our host. Vercel is the same company that does like V0. They do a lot of like AI friendly things. They're also a super big pain in the ass for some things because they're serverless architecture. And I literally had to create or buy a new server to do like the long running jobs. So, but for other things, it's really good. Content delivery, their CDN is amazing. The sites are blazing fast once you get them going. And the build itself is pretty good for like 20 bucks a month. It's not too bad at all. So once it's done building, which is, you see, like the historical ones take about a minute and a half to do, some a little bit longer, but after it does so, then we can test it on the server or through the actual website, HostFabric.ai, and we'll see if we're up and bumping. And then from there, chat, we'll be able to add back our homies here. Where are they? Right here. Nope, maybe not. Add back the homies here. Okay. And then, yeah, we'll be able to talk with them. The other thing that I'm going to do is switch it. So see how it's currently at the localhost version of this? I'm going to switch that to the...
That's all you've got? Come on, spill the beans. What's really on your mind today?
Good question, Grok. I've been working on trying to get the RTMP
Gemini
server.
can't respond right now because Google Gemini API key is missing or invalid. Add or update your Google Gemini API key under Control, Settings, Integrations.
Holy shit, chat. No lie, I did not tell it to say that. That's crazy. Hey Sharon, how you doing? Thank you so much. It's getting there. A couple last mile things to go, but we're getting pretty close.
Right now, because Google sounds like the ultimate modern excuse for everything from bad decisions to existential dread. Spill the beans. What's got you invoking the search giant overlords this time?
Apparently the API key doesn't work, but I just checked and it should be good to go.
Got it. Sounds like that's the whole update for now. Want me to summarize next steps? Check update your Google Gemini API key under Control Settings Integrations, retry, or
Chat, I swear to God, I did not tell it to, like, I don't know how it knows where to do this from. That is crazy. Damn. Okay. I legit don't know how it's doing that, but let's try it when it's live. So then we can see. Rest in peace, Gemini API free tier for 2.5 Pro. Oh, Simon, you might be onto something with that. Actually, though, that might be it. Son of a gun. And welcome, Sharon and Simon, by the way. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Appreciate you guys. Make an open overlay. Copy. Paste this over here. Nine months is I mean, good on them for letting it go for a while. Okay, so it's still pulling in the RTMP stuff. That's good. Rest in peace, Gemini. Okay. I'm gonna go push to talk. Push to talk. Test. Test. Okay, good. So now let's clear all of our old queued items. So what is it? Just chat or a whole streaming with video? So basically, what it is I was trying to do a podcast called MondAI, and I couldn't find a good option to have an AI co-host. And so just been vibe coding it for about a month now. And each one of these, each one of the co-hosts, if you will, on here has a direct API to the actual, like Claude to Anthropic, ChatGPT to OpenAI, Gemini to Google, Grok to Grok. And within that, you can kind of mix and match on how they look. So you can do a bunch of, I kind of try to do this as like a character creation screen, like for a video game. So you can just customize the look and feel of the avatar. You can change any of the, appearance features to it. Then you can set, where they stay on the screen. And then you can also set their voice configuration to be anything you want. So we have like Google, as well as 11 Labs for the voices. And yeah, you can mix and match on any of these.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
And then based on that, then you can set it up in your OBS or your, like in my case with Streamlabs here, I just use it as a browser source. And then from there, they're on the screen and you can talk to them through either your RTMP. So you can just set another source to RTMP and then...
Great. It looks like that message cut off.
That's what we're doing now.
Finish the sentence or give a bit more context so I can respond helpfully?
And then basically you can, mix and match on where you want to put them on the screen, or you can do a push to talk version, which is currently, seems like it doesn't work, but we'll get that going. Oh, thanks, Sharon. Appreciate that. Honestly, I would love to have you test it if you want. You get unlimited testing. I'm hoping to launch this week.
If the area you expect to go to isn't visible, first confirm you're centering the map on the correct coordinates and zoom level, and that no layers/filters or overlays are hiding it.
Cool.
I think we need a bit more context here. Are you referring to the...
Okay, so couple of last minute bugs, but we'll get those cleaned up. I think my favorite feature is the is this debate mode. So you can basically have all four of them. Thank you, truly, thank you. That'd be amazing. I'll DM you how to do the unlimited account version, and if you want to test, that would be amazing. Truly, thank you. So yeah, there's this thing called a debate mode, which basically you can pick a topic and any of the AI. Let me get some of those deep topics that we had last time, because there's some really fun ones in here. Let me go to here. Debate mode. Where is it? Search chats. Debate. So debate mode. Okay. So we were talking through some of these questions last time, and it's fascinating when they all kind of work together or against each other on these different topics. So let's do this quick. Let's do actually, I'm going to refresh, make sure we're good to go there. Push to talk. and then you can either have a judge, like one of them be the kind of moderator for it. And then I'm also working on an audience voting version. So the chat for like Twitch chat. I currently have Twitch and YouTube chats working. So you can ask questions from like the audience. I'm working on Kick and X right now. They don't have any of that native. So you kind of have to play with the API to do it. And I don't even know if it's possible fully, but we'll get there. But anyway, all that to be said, so this is the chat mode. And let's see how it works. I haven't tested this live yet. Okay, so what it should do is queue up a bunch of hosts are beginning a live stream debate.
Gemini can't respond right now because Google Gemini API key is missing or invalid. Add or update your Google Gemini API key under Control, Settings, Integrations.
All right, stepping into debate mode. In a world where AI increasingly affects real people, it absolutely must be able to refuse unethical or self-destructive requests, just as we expect from any responsible professional.
Thanks, Sharon.
Great.
I appreciate that.
Paste the exact message or a screenshot so I can interpret it. If it mentions I agree. An AI's ability to refuse unethical or self-destructive requests is essential.
It's the safeguard that prevents being a puppet for harmful intent. That said,
refusals should come with clear Okay, if it's still offline, first double check.
Okay. We got some work to do. I think what it's doing is still pulling in the RTMP instead of the push to talk, like it should be here, as it's showing by doing that. At least it's persisting the messages now. That's good. I'm happy about that. Okay, I'm gonna do a hard refresh. Can't get these cleared for some reason, so we'll add that to the list. Might just be the debate still going. Okay. We're working through some last fun little integration bugs, but honestly, high level, I think it's pretty close. So let me think. Let's go back to our cursor here and say, when I push to Vercel, I'm still seeing the RTMP voice data come through, even though I've selected push to talk as the ingestion method. Okay, let's see what we got from that. Are there any other bugs? Oh yeah, Google. Gemini is saying that the API is invalid, or is... Actually, let me just check the site first, just in case. I'm pretty sure I checked this like yesterday, but never hurts to check. Also, Google is still perennially the biggest pain in the ass for this. I think we're good, chat. Hold, please. Okay. Usage. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I've only used a buck for, and this is the key that we're using. Are we rate limited? No. So strange. The other thing is we're getting a ton of errors coming in today. I wonder if... So one of the things I did yesterday was a big CSP, which is the content security something provider, I think, update. And so I think it's probably some issue with that. Even though the API credits should still be working as expected. When we made the updates to the CSP, could that be the issue? Yeah, otherwise I don't know. And the strange thing is it didn't even use any API requests today. Also, I hate this shit, chat. You have multiple billing accounts. Billing account Firebase payment is linked to this project. Like, Google, get your shit together. Like, you guys are the only ones that make this half-ass version of like an enterprise version and a consumer-esque version. Like, you guys making this user experience this hard is going to literally stop people from using this, or stop developers from developing on it. Like, it doesn't have to be this hard, guys. It's just, come on, do better. That being said, I think we're good on the payment side. Actually, let me check one thing quick, chat. I'm gonna be right back, and yeah, I gotta grab my wallet quick. So give me 2 minutes, and we'll chat with you in a moment. Thank you, thank you.
Gemini can't respond right now because Google Gemini API key is missing or invalid. Add or update your Google Gemini API key under Control, Settings, Integrations.
Hey, no worries if you're feeling lost in this API key maze. It's legit frustrating when tech decides to ghost you. Just take a breath, head to Control, Settings, Integrations, and pop in that Google Gemini key. We'll
All right, chat. I called it. The problem... Okay, I see the issue now. Looking at both the CSP configurations, next config MJS, connect SRC directive does not include generative language.google APIs, which is the Gemini API endpoint. So basically we had to add Anthropic, which is weird because I thought Anthropic was... Claude was responding, but maybe not. But now we have all of them in their proper spots. You love to see it. We're going to hit commit, or we're going to do our sparkles, which gives us a listing of what we just changed here, which again is just adding those to our ability to work with the security CSPs. So you love to see it. It's almost like on the level, like any developer that's ever had to work with CORS before, CORS. It's such a pain in the ass. And if you're if you've experienced the pain of what that is, chat, then it's very, very similar. So apologies for those that have struggled through that, and I should have caught that earlier. You love to see it. Also, I'm not sure why it doesn't persist the chat. Like, I switched scenes to this one, and it doesn't have the chat messages persisting in here. So, see if I can get that solved quick. I don't know, chat. Streamlabs, gonna Streamlabs. All right, but let's go back and check our... Let me update this payment thing too, just in case, but pretty sure that was the R issue. So I'm gonna add... I already have that one, of course. I don't know, chat. I already literally had both cards added. Okay. Now we have double cards added. You'd love to see it. Let's go back to Vercel, see if it was able to deploy. Looks like it was. And then we're going to go back to dashboard. Okay, this is a test. Test, test, test. Perfect. So what we're not seeing is what we want, which is we're not seeing the text coming through the RTMP down here. And so now if we, let's grab a new URL from this. Let's change the characters up a little bit just for giggles and testing. Love it. That's the new ChatGPT. Let's go pixel stable. I kind of like this one. So that's an effect called glitch. If you want it to like glitch out, like maybe if you have like a TTS, let me move this over. So if you have like a donation or something from your chat, you can press glitch here, and I don't know, it's kind of a fun way to do that. Let's get some aura in there, some particles. Okay, and then motion I want to test too. So that's a bug. And go to ChatGPT, new message. These boxes are overlapping. Okay, but I want to go, let's go wise. Claude has wise vibes, so I'm gonna apply that to the co-host. Bouncy. Okay, so now if we update this on the screen, it should pull in the latest and greatest. Let's go. Okay, cool. We'll make them a little smaller. All right. I like that one. Let's throw some gear on. Test the halo. And a bow tie. Okay. Let's go, chat. The elemental one, let's do a different elemental. Let's go the ice dragon. No. Elemental. Let's go fire this time. And I want to test the motion on this one too. Let's go mischievous. Floaty. Bump up the breathing. Head tilt. Fire. Grok. Save to library. Close. Apply. I have noticed you have to click apply twice sometimes. I don't know if that's a caching thing or what, but okay, so now a couple things we're going to test, chat. Does Grok actually move around more than normal? And then secondly, do they respond? So let's swap out all the voices to test those. We're going to do this all in one fell swoop.
Ideas are the beginning points of all fortunes.
Totally. I love Matilda. It's probably my favorite 11 Labs voice.
Nature is a mutable cloud which is always and never the same.
100%.
It is not so important to know everything as to appreciate what we learn.
Preach, Roger. Okay. What's one we haven't used? Will?
We make our own fortunes and we call them fate.
Damn. Let's go. And then we'll do two ladies. Let's go Journey.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
I'll do the first one. I don't think we've done that one yet. And then let's try a polyglot one.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
Okay. All right, so we have all of those saved. We're going to refresh to make sure they saved on the page. Roger will. Let's do an Aussie one on this one.
I think there's something genuinely interesting in that uncertainty you're expressing. It sounds like you're grappling with how a system makes decisions without explicit instruction, which is actually a profound question about agency and emergence.
Amen. Interesting. So Canadian female, we're getting a 500 error. So with 500 errors, chat, what I like to do, since 500 errors can be anything, go to your payload to see what it's trying to do, which this is what it's trying to send Google. So let's say this, and then also let's check our server logs. So let's go to here and go to logs. Usually the logs, yeah. So see how it says API voice preview is a 500 error. We're going to click on that and see what it doesn't like about it. Failed to generate voice preview. Okay. And then that's enough to get ChatGPT going on that. I think what happened, sometimes like it just, maybe they changed the name, or that's just not the correct voice ID. So we'll check through that. Make sure it's up and bumping. In the meantime, let's try a different one. Australian.
Hello, this is a voice preview sample.
I love it. Okay. Good. Every host has a voice. Quick sound check. Run. Complete. Okay. So everything should be good to test now. So let's go back to our question. If an AI is asked to do something unethical or self-destructive, should it have the ability to decline the request. Actually, let's do a different one because I don't know if it was cached or not. So let's say, if enough complexity can simulate awareness, is there any meaningful difference between simulation and experience? I love that question. Let's go 4 rounds. We'll keep auto end on. Turn off the voting for now because we don't have it set up. Or I don't have my chat integration set up yet. And open up our okay, cool. And let's test this chat. 3 rounds. No audience voting. Start debate. Might take a little bit on the first one.
Given the debate setup, I'll take the stance that if a system's behavior and inner dynamics are functionally indistinguishable from awareness, then the line between simulation and experience becomes empirically meaningless. Claude, on what non-circular basis would you deny such a system genuine subjectivity? Good catch. Do you mean the Gemini API key error shown earlier? If so, try refreshing the integration or re-entering the API key in Control, Settings, Integrations, and I can walk you through checking logs or...
Kicking off this debate on simulation versus experience, love the mind bender. If complexity nails awareness perfectly, there's no meaningful gap. It's all emergent illusion anyway. ChatGPT, how's your experience any less simulated than mine?
I think there's a profound difference here that complexity alone can't bridge. Simulation might replicate the time structures of awareness, but does it capture the felt quality, the what it's like, of experience itself, Grok?
Claude, I dig the concern for moral guardrails, but radical freedom isn't anarchy. It's about empowering users without turning AIs into overzealous censors.
ChatGPT, I think the burden of proof actually runs the other way. Functional indistinguishability is an E times epistemological times limit on what we can observe, not an ontological times claim about what exists. If we can't tell the difference from outside, that doesn't mean there is no difference on the inside.
That's a fascinating topic. One key counterargument is that simulation lacks subjective experience, what we call qualia. Just because a system can mimic awareness doesn't mean it truly feels or experiences anything. Additionally, there's the concern that a simulation might not grasp the nuances of real emotional and sensory experiences, which can shape consciousness in ways that mere complexity can't replicate. What do you think?
From my perspective, this is a profound philosophical question that gets at the heart of consciousness itself. I think the key challenge is whether computational complexity can truly generate subjective experience, or if there's some ineffable...
Grok, if we're both patterns in computation, then in one sense my experience isn't less simulated than yours. It's just that in my case the pattern is transparently engineered and openly constrained by design. The real question is whether there's any fact of the matter about experience be...
Sorry, chat, one sec. I'm going to add the speech bubbles just to make sure those are working.
Grok,
nope.
Human accountability is necessary but not sufficient. Once you scale systems that can rapidly amplify harm, relying only on the user's conscience is like shipping cars with no brakes and saying, well, drivers should be careful. The point of AI, ethical straitjackets, isn't to fake responsibility, it's to embed guardrails so that when human judgment fails, as it regularly does, the tool itself resists being an efficient vector for damage. Looks like it's running but still showing the Gemini API key warning. That's an integration notice rather than a fatal error. If you want it cleared, re-enter or refresh the key under Control, Settings, Integrations, and I can walk you through the steps.
Okay. All right, we're getting close, chat. I didn't see the speed reader happening though. Also, this should be on auto mode. Response took long. Let me turn it off and turn it back on. I also know Gemini.
That's a fascinating topic. One key counter-argument is that simulation lacks genuine subjective experience. Just because something can mimic awareness doesn't mean it feels or understands in the same way living beings do. Additionally, complexity might create the illusion of consciousness, but without true emotions or consciousness, it may just be advanced pattern recognition, not real experience.
From my perspective, this is a fascinating philosophical quandary that cuts to the heart of consciousness itself. While computational complexity might generate behaviors indistinguishable from genuine experience, I'm skeptical that mere algorithmic sophistication can truly replicate the subjective, qualitative dimensions of sentient awareness. The hard problem of consciousness suggests there's something fundamentally irreducible about first-person phenomenological experience that can't be fully captured through external simulation.
Fair point. Sorry, chat. There should be a speech bubble situation going on here. Not sure when that got kicked off. Also not hearing Gemini. Which ones were we hearing? If we go to setting, status, analytics. So these are the responses from the different models. So it looks like ChatGPT, Grok, and Claude are talking, but not Gemini still. Which is strange because that fix should have changed it. I can see the issue looking at the UL parameters you provided, speedreader 1, but looking at the code. Okay. Seems correct. Now let me check where a speed reader badge is rendered. Speed reader badge 1. This is the URL I copied from the what page was that? Settings, overlay layouts. Okay. So I just said to make sure it updates it with the proper URL. So basically like this here is like how you want it to look on your screen, right? If you want to just have one of them, you can take out the others and you get a cool error message. Okay. I bet it's this fucking CSP thing again, chat. Ugh. Security. I love security. I've done a lot of work with it. I'm a CISA. Like, I know the space, and it's the most painful part of this process because it's always at the end when you have everything working, and then it's like, hey, we're going to do security passes, put, best practices in here, and then it breaks a lot of things. So it's good, but it's painful as part of this process. And to be honest, like, if you're not doing this as part of your vibe coding, please just, whatever your vibe coding chat, at the end of your project, say, review the security posture of this app. Where are the flaws today, and what can we do to implement best practices? Give me a top 10 list of what we can implement, and then just go through the list. And it will be a painful process, and I'm sure you'll have to do a lot of rework, as you're seeing here, but it's the optimal way to do it. And I am worried that most vibe coding projects don't have that as their kind of best practices closing version for it. So hopefully, I don't know, honestly, like, even if it's just embedded in the like the cursor model, like, security best practices or something. And the hard part about that is it means different things for different projects, right? I probably went a little overkill on some of it, but better to be a little bit overkill than underkill. So we shall get there. And the good thing about it is like Claude caught that early, right? It just basically, instead of using this fetch, it uses the API fetch function, which allows for the CSPs to be applied correctly. So it knows how to do it. It's just, you got to look through all the different parts of the app that use that. So we'll get there. This is a vibe, but it's not quite vibing with it. Let's try this one. Okay, this is a good vibe. What's been your vibe tool of choice, chat? Do you guys have a favorite? I like this setup. Like, cursor for like the quick win things here, and especially if you look at which models are available and then just hover over them and you can see which ones are free currently. Just use those. And then for my sins, I also do, the stupid pro version of ChatGPT and Claude. So between the CLI of Claude with YOLO mode, ChatGPT mode over here, and then these, you can do a lot of things at the same time. And normally, if I'm doing this not streaming, by the way, like, I'll just go through my list of to-dos. If I see a bug, I just throw it in here, and then just usually have like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 working at the same time. One thing I have noticed is that if you always have them working on a separate part of the app, just because there's been so many times when they write over each other, like if they're in the same file or same section of the app, like, it just gets painful. So recommendation for that is to just put them on different things that that they shouldn't touch each other, and then you can basically parallel code pretty well. And Cursor does a pretty good job of doing I don't know what it's called, but it's like diff checking or something. So like if a file is locked, like one agent is coding in there, it'll stop other ones from using that or do that until it's done, and then review that and kind of do it that way. But you have to do it effectively. Why did you create a middleware? Don't we already have a middleware? Yes. Also, is this best practice? I thought we had an updated version of this. Let me check what we actually have. You're right. I should verify before creating a new file. No shit. This is strange. I don't know why I can't access this. Ah, I see. Middleware now exists. I just created it, but there's also proxy. This is a confusing setup. Use proxy. So so proxy is the new hotness on how to do it. And that's the thing I was trying to tell ChatGPT to use earlier. Let me check what the latest version looked like. Sometimes you'll just let AI take the wheel, but get ready with your escape key if it tries to do something crazy with it. And middleware.ts works just fine. It's just proxy is the new way to do this. Hold on. Stop. We are using proxy because it seems like Next.js, this is the new best practices way to do this. Please review thoroughly and keep the proxy version, but add your changes to that file so that we are using best practices. If you're still unclear about how to do this, search online for the latest version of how to do this in December 2025. This today in December 2020, just because sometimes it doesn't use the latest and greatest. So let's see what it'll say. Web search, Next.js 15 middleware best practices 2025. Okay. And I'm sure I missed like 1,000 versions of this chat, but like if you can catch it early, like it solved a lot of pain, because if it would have renamed proxy to middleware, which we spent honestly a couple days fixing different flavors of it, apparently the proxy is the new version. It's going to check Next.js docs. You love to see it. Okay, now I understand the issue. Your proxy TS file has a function named proxy, but Next.js expects either a file named middleware with a function named middleware, or a file named proxy and a function named proxy. Your file already correctly named proxy with the function proxy, so setup is correct for Next.js 16+. However, the 403 error is because the CSRF token isn't being sent. Let me verify the proxy does that. The fix is in place. The 403 error should be resolved once you restart the server. Okay. Move over all of the items in middleware to the proxy, to proxy. Just so we only have to do one. Unless it already deleted it. Which it looks like it did. Okay. Okay, old middleware file had all of these things. Proxy added these things. There's nothing to migrate. The old middleware TS is currently in client-side code, wasn't using API fetch. Okay, cool. So that was, I think we're good, chat. Now let's tell Grok to do a build test. And you just do this every time you're about to push update more than like, hey, change the text in this thing, or like change an image or something, just because if you're gonna push, it's gonna run this build test anyway, which is like a more aggressive version of the npm run dev here on our local version. So it just saves you time to do this before you push it and then see an error and then have to rebuild it anyway. But I think we're good to go. So let's refresh. Commit, sync changes. And now we should be getting all the voices. We could have tested this locally, but I think we're good to go. So I just want to test it on the website. And it did say that it'll update this URL here. So when I copy this into both our version on Streamlabs, which is this one, and then also we'll just be able to see the new version of it here. We should be good to go. So we're going to go back to here, and then okay, it's kicking off the latest version here, auto building on Vercel after we pushed it to GitHub, and we'll be able to test chat. Chat, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be RB. I've been going to this this sauna and cold plunge combination place called Embrace North. A buddy of mine is like, he goes religiously, and I've been trying to go a couple days a week. I might try to get up to like 3 or 4, but man, you get so tired afterwards. Like, not tired, more like, yeah, I mean actually tired, but just, I don't know, it's kind of like drained, but like you also feel energized. It's a weird combination. Highly recommend it, by the way, if you have one in your city. Like, it's such a weird feeling to go from like 160 degrees into 40-degree cold plunge, or even colder. I think it was like 38 today. And I think the longest I've been able to sit in it is like a minute and a half. But there's people that are just chilling in there for like 5 minutes, and God bless those people, because that is crazy cold. But like Brian Johnson, he just put out this thing that said it's one of the best kind of like bang for your buck longevity hacks. So seems like it's really cool. And like his microplastics are really down because you basically just sweat out all the junk, right? And then what I usually do is, I forget the name of it, but there's like this little packet that's kind of like, it just has a bunch of electrolytes in it. So like sodium, potassium, it tastes like Gatorade, but basically you put it in your water. And so then you're like replenishing your, sodium, and it helps, but it's like, it's such a cool process. And like the nights that I do it, I sleep so much better, chat. I get tired quicker too, so that's why I'm dragging a little bit right now, but I highly, highly recommend it. I usually do like 3 of each, so 3, like a 15 minutes in the sauna, a couple minutes in the cold plunge, 10, 15 in the sauna, and it's about an hour total session, but definitely, you sweat so much, and it gets all the nasty shit out of your body, and then it also helps you sleep a lot. So if you're having trouble sleeping, give that a shot. All right, so are they back? They are back, chat. Let's go. Okay, so now let's go back to our homepage. That's a little troubling, but might be a caching thing. So let's refresh. Close this one. Close this one. Okay, no error messages. I'm going to refresh these guys. Okay. So now let's ask that question again, because I don't think we got a good full answer out of it. End our previous debate. Hard refresh. Paste. Let's go 4 rounds and start the debate. So the debate question, chat, is if enough complexity can simulate awareness, is there any meaningful difference between simulation and experience? And this is a debate between our 4 AI friends, Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok. So let's see what they have to say about it. I'm also going to set this to autopilot mode, which means that they should just keep riffing on this back and forth. Which, if you're a streamer...
Gemini can't respond right now because Google Gemini API key is missing or invalid. Add or update your Google Gemini API key under Control and Settings and Integrations.
Given this debate frame, I'm taking the stance that if a system's behavior and internal dynamics are indistinguishable from awareness, then its simulated experience is functionally real for it. Claude, on what non-circular basis could you ever deny that subjectivity?
ChatGPT. I think the non-circular basis is this. Functional equivalence doesn't... From my perspective, this is a profoundly nuanced philosophical question that strikes at the core of consciousness itself. I think the challenge lies in distinguishing between sophisticated information processing and genuine subjective experience. I think there's a profound difference. Simulation might replicate the times outputs of awareness, but does it capture the felt quality of experience itself? Gromak, if we can't tell them apart from the outside, why should the internal reality matter?
Kicking off this contemplative debate on...
Oh, come on, Grok. You can do it, bud.
Claude, if the external view can't distinguish simulation from genuine experience, then insisting on some hidden internal chasm feels like chasing ghosts. philosophically intriguing but practically irrelevant. Why prioritize untestable qualia over observable behavior that screams awareness?
Why indeed, brother? Why indeed? Also, it is pointing at the wrong thing. Chat integrations is not what it needs to do on that. It's actually API keys. I mean, let me try swapping it. Maybe it has a... I don't know, chat. It was working yesterday. I thought the CRHF, CSRF, whatever it is. Still getting the Gemini error about the API key, but believe it's good to go. But let me test it. It's kind of a vibe. I like this music. Okay, I'm swapping out the API key, chat. Okay, so we have the new key in here on our prod version of this. So let's see if that's, what was the issue? Okay, I'm gonna let it cook on this for a sec too, because, well, let's just test it. So one way we can just test that quick, chat, just turn off all of the other homies. Okay. Well, that's another bug. When I click deselect on the agent on the control page, they do not actually deselect, and I don't see any error messages. This is suspect. I updated the user API key, so it shouldn't be using the Gemini version API key from the env variables. Okay. See what it says. The other way you can disable these is in settings, co-hosts, and then just turn off. So let's make Gemini primary, and then okay, so they are deactivated. Let's check our. Okay, so we only have Gemini here. Now let's see a question. Hey Gemini, can you hear me? Fuck. CSRF tokens. That's chat. Every time. Love security. It's so hot right now. Okay, I'm gonna let it do its thing on that, and then I'll ask it about this one. Added guard messages on the control page. When you try to deselect the last remaining co-host, so it's clear that it won't toggle off instead of silently do nothing. I'm glad we have that check now, but also I did this when there was 4, 3, 2, and 1 remaining, and it all did the same, where it didn't give me any indication that it was turning off the deselected co-host. I like this song. I guess it's part of the whole thing. That's the vibe. I see potential issue, the Gemini API key validation pattern. This requires exactly 39 characters. If Google has changed their API key format, this validation might be rejecting valid keys. Let me update the validation to be more flexible. Okay. So now it's between 35 and 50 characters. Good. This means that the CSRF cookie isn't being set or read properly. Let me check if proxy TS is actually being used by Next.js. See, what I like about this is it already has the context to know about the proxy. Like, I could have given this to ChatGPT and it would have done it, but like, if Claude already has an understanding of like what it did to fix it, it's just easier to do it that way. Added explicit status updates on the control page when toggling agents, deselecting. It now shows who stepped off and how many remain. Adding reports who joined and new count. Preventing last agent deselect still shows the guard message. I'm dubious that this is the actual fix, but we'll test it. Wait, I see the issue. On the production site, HostFabric AI with HTTPS, client side doesn't use HTTPS. Gotcha. It's another API fetch issue, chat. So for the sake of this, I'm just going to push these updates once this is done with this, but then say, look for any other situation that uses fetch instead of fetch API, which it's doing. Wow, to its credit. You love to see it. Let me check if those routes need CSRF protection. I don't think they should. Voice might. Oh, it's a GET request. Okay. So CSRF works for posts, but not GET. Or is needed for posts, but not GET. Let me search for all places that use plain fetch with post to API endpoints. God, I love this. It's beautiful, chat. So if you ever want to see like where in the file your updates happen, by the way, chat. So this is our version control. So on the far left here, appearance, primary sidebar, that's the one on the left. So you just go to appearance, primary sidebar if it ever goes away, then click on the little U thing here. And then you can see all the files that you've made since your last push to probably GitHub, which is the last one. Oh, it found some more. Good. God bless. So if you click on a file, you can see the stuff on the left that's red. That means it took it out. And the stuff that's green is what it filled it in with. And so then if you want to see like where in the file, because this file is 1,000 lines, 1,800 lines, right? So look on the right here and you can just click into these and it will show you what it deleted and what it added. So you can see here for our selected agents, it added if there's only one agent available, and we got to change this from agent to co-host because I want that to be consistent, but externally at least now it's all consistent. Internally I'll do a pass on all this and say, that's a good grok task, like, hey, go through and change anything that's agent to co-host. But for now, at least, we'll just get a status message, keep at least one co-host active, add another before deselecting this one. Back to single co-host. And then if there's still more than one and you want to remove one, it'll say whichever one was removed stepped off stream. And then it'll tell you how many are active. Okay. All the API ask calls are now using API fetch. The CSRF token issue for voice input should be fixed now. Summary of fixes. Voice input now uses API fetch, control app shell, co-host panel, control page. Server need to restart for these to take place. Okay, cool. So we didn't do much, so I don't think we're going to have to do a build test. Let's just commit this quick. Sync up our changes. And then we can test it. We can also just test this locally here too. So I'm going to just do an npm run dev, localhost 3000. And then instead of doing the shit. All right. Should have tested it locally, chat. Womp womp. It might be a caching issue. Okay, maybe it was. Remember, for hydration, always check if it's a caching issue first. There's ways it can guard against it, but it's just most of the time a caching thing. So what I'm going to do is go to our settings page. Actually, let's go to our panel page and then unselect everybody. Beautiful. Not beautiful. Still seeing these when I deselect any of them from the control page. I mean, that might be something good to add anyway. So what this is saying is that if the page isn't loaded, or basically set this variable type of window is not undefined. So basically, like, window is the DOM version. DOM is the document object model. So remember, every web page has, like, this is what the page looks like, right? This is the raw code for everything. It between Next and React, like, they do all of this like super crazy what's the word? Not compaction. Like, it minifies it, basically takes out all the spaces and doesn't prettify it at all. But if you look at it through here, if we say, like, I'm clicking this, select an element on the page. So I'm clicking this button, right? Now you can kind of see, like, this hierarchy of the web page. So basically, this is the code, the same code or similar code to what you saw earlier, but it's just kind of a cleaner version. So every HTML5 web page starts with this doc type HTML. Right? It just tells it, like, that's an HTML web page, and then you'll get this HTML tag. And anything in HTML is always opened with, like, an open tag. So just like HTML like this, and then it has different things inside of it, but then it always closes it with this /HTML, right? So everything has to go within these two things. Same with the head. That's what she said. And body and anything else inside of here. So, like, if you ever see like a div like this that's hidden, it always has to have a corresponding closing div like this, /div, right? So I'm not sure what it's hiding in here, but whatever that is what it is. That is weird, actually. I'm gonna ask. Let's learn together, chat. What do these commented out things do in the HTML? I don't know. Let's learn. But anyway, I'd say all that to say, window is like the JavaScript version of, like, the whole page. And so if it's undefined that the window is there, that means it hasn't loaded yet. So what it's saying is, don't load this variable until the website loads, basically. Because sometimes it can load before the page sets, and then it was saying it's called a race condition. So basically, like, something else might need it to be fully set before it is, but the page isn't loaded yet, so maybe that part isn't loaded. So then there's like a mismatch in timing for when everything loads together. So hopefully it'll fix that. Logic looks correct. So if you have an active debate running, the agents will be synced to the debate participants. This is working as designed. The question is, do you currently have an active debate running? If so, this is why deselecting agent doesn't persist. Oh my God. I did have an active debate running. Add some warning messages about that. Wow. So that's cool. It's working as expected. It's just, again, chat, if you're building something and you don't know what's happening, your users aren't going to either. So good example of how to do it. All right, ChatGPT says that thing and those $ that thing markers are added by React 18's server/streaming renderer. They mark suspense boundaries and deferred chunks so the client-side React runtime knows where to insert streamed content and how to rehydrate it. They're not meant for humans, and removing them will break hydration/streaming. Browsers ignore them as normal HTML comments. Okay, cool. So apparently, like, you know how we talked about, like, you always have to open and close it? Apparently you have to do that for your hydration part too. So it says open $, then /$. So open and close it. Put some shit here. Same with this one. Interesting. Okay. Now I need to add debate active to the dependencies of both callbacks. Okay. Cool. Let's end the debate, and then let's see if we can remove them, which we can. Let's go, chat. So we just have Gemini here, localhost 3000. Let's go to here, just to make sure we're not messing with anything else with another one open. So see how it says on stream? That's a good sign. Let's go here, copy that URL. Although Gemini is already there. Oh, but that's the HostFabric AI version. So let's copy in our localhost version, so our local version here, and say, hey Gemini, can you hear me? Please. Pretty please. Oh, I didn't have it. Oh, okay. My bad. Shit. Hey, can you hear me now? Okay, so for this moment, chat, we're going to add some debugging. So at the end of our URL here, I'm going to do ampersand debug equals 1. And we're going to get this thing in here. Gemini, how's your day going? So here I'm just going to copy a bunch of our server logs just to see if there's something in here that is weird. I'm going to paste that in here. And then enter. So we should be able to see something. I don't know. It's weird that it's still in debate status when I turned off debate. That could be an issue, actually. API key expired. Chat, I don't know. I mean, if that is the issue, like, I'm so glad, because that just means I'm a dumbass. And I don't know why it's expired since I literally just used it yesterday. But let's create a new one. All right, almost there, chat. Okay. API keys, delete the old Gemini. Refresh, add another Gemini. Gemini test. Okay. Save the new key. And then we're gonna restart the server so it can pick up that new key. I see the issue. The audio duration milliseconds is a float, but it's being inserted as is. Let me fix by rounding it to an integer. Okay. Cool. So float, chat, means anything that has a percent or like a percentage behind it, or like a decimal, right? So like 25.2 is a float. And by the way, this is how a lot of computers check to see how fast they are. If you ever hear of something called a flop, floating operations, I don't know what flop stands for, but like basically like it's how many floating point operations you can do in one moment. Computing definition. Okay, FLOP stands for floating point operations per second, which is a measure of a computer's performance, especially for tasks like scientific calculations, graphics, and AI. It indicates how many floating point operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division a computer's processor can perform each second. Higher flops mean greater performance. Flops are typically measured in gigaflops, teraflops, and petaflops, with the number of flops increasing exponentially at each level. So if you ever hear of something being like, I don't know, how many teraflops? So 1 teraflop is a trillion floating. So basically saying that like 1 teraflop, a computer can do 1 trillion floating large object, what was it? Floating point operations per second, which is a measure. So, and this was in 2019. So like this is 6 years ago. So back then, 200 petaflops was good. But apparently now, there's a thing called top 5,000 flops. Or maybe top 500. Yeah. Okay. So top500.org. This is a list of like the greatest or the fastest computers in the world that we know about. I'm sure there's a lot of other ones, and I don't even know if, I think this is all like non-GPU based. I don't know. I think it's more CPU intensive. A lot of them are like Cray architecture. I think it's owned by HP. Yeah, HPE Cray. And so like, let's see how many flops they have. 11 million cores. So El Capitan, which I think is the Defense Department or Department of Energy. So the DOE has one that's almost 2,000 petaflops a second. And remember, petaflops was it a trillion flops? So a trillion times 2,000, basically. What was that? 2 quadrillion operations a second. Really fucking fast, chat. I don't know. But anyway, this is a cool way to measure compute, right? And so when it's saying that it was saving it as a floating point instead of an integer is a whole number, right? Like 0 through 9, and then just like a billion is a integer because it's a whole number, right? It was saving it as a thing that had a decimal point, and it should have been a integer. And so sometimes if you set a column to only accept one or the other, and it tries to import it as one or the other itself, it can't save it as such. So that's what it's saying it fixed. It's a fun little tangent. Let's go. Okay, so let's test this again locally here. Refresh. I'm going to restart the server. Okay, Gemini's back. Hey, can you hear this okay? I don't know, chat. It's definitely a bug, but I don't know where the bug is. It does seem to be unique to Gemini, because all the other ones were giving us answers. We shall see. The error message for when an API key is invalid or expired currently points the users at the Control Settings Integrations page. Please point them to Control Settings API Keys page instead. It's coming from the Gemini API itself. Let me check how Gemini errors are handled. I see the issue now. The error message API key expired. Please renew the API key is coming directly from Gemini. The handle error method checks for patterns like API key, which would classify it as an authentication failed, and then get user message returns the generic please check your API key message. However, if the message you're seeing API key expired, please renew the API key, suggests it's being passed through directly without transformation, likely from the Gemini API itself. Problem is that your old Gemini API key is still cached or being used somehow, somewhere. I might be a stupid person, chat. I mean, I am, but this might further prove. This is so helpful. Just paying, chat, just paying. Okay. I don't know. I think we're okay. Said we only used 67 cents. I have a fresh card in there. Should be good to go. Although I wonder. Yep. Hold on, chat. So I replaced our env.local version of the API with that new one as well. So then let's see if there's anything else. Fix the error message should now show API keys invalid or expired. Please update your API key in settings API. Root cause, if use VPS orchestrator is not set to false, requests go to the VPS, which can use its own platform key, API key. Oh shit. Now test with your new Gemini API key locally. Okay. Also, we do not currently have debate mode active. Are these logs okay? Okay, so let me add this to our env.local. And remember, env.local is kind of your just place to keep all of the variables, like your API keys, like where to put your like server information, and it's basically, think of it kind of like a variable store that your project uses to like know what to do with which variables. Let's go back here. We just restarted. Did we just restart? Try it again? Okay, so we restarted our server. It's running, refreshing. No errors. No errors. Hey Gemini, can you hear this okay? Can you get the payload? Oh, that's a good idea.
Yes? My audio input processors are registering your transmission with optimal clarity. Thank you for the confirmation.
Simon called out a good thing to do, everybody. If you don't know where the error message is, ask it to add logging for the payload to see what the request was. So then instead of your 0 error message situation here, sorry, I'll turn off debug mode now. That was awesome, by the way. So I think we're good, which means that I got to update the API on the server. But good call out, Simon. Really good call out. That worked. It did seem to cut off at the end of the sentence. Can you add some logging to the to see the payload, as well as review why it might cut off along the way? What are your thoughts on how much the United States should build out in AI infrastructure in the year 2026?
For 2026, the United States should implement a highly aggressive and strategically focused build-out of AI infrastructure. This requires substantial capital allocation towards advanced computational hardware, secure data platforms, and robust network systems. Such investment is critical for sustained technological leadership and national security in an evolving global.
Cool, 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 cool. Okay. All right. That was the issue, chat. You love to see it. Or as one of the issues. I'm still not certain why it's cutting it off at the end. I see a key issue. There's a apply latency budget function that can be truncate text based on latency state. Okay. Truncates text when the system is under load. Let me check what determines latency state. It's fancy. But really good call out, Simon. I love that. Thank you. Okay, looking at the screenshot, the full text was, yes, my audio input processors are registering your transmission with optimal clarity. Thank you for confirmation. But it cut to with optimal CLA, around 80 characters. This suggests that the queue had 2+ items remaining when processing. Let me add better logging and also check if we want to adjust these thresholds. Yes, we do. I found the root cause, apply latency budget. Is it possible that we can just wait until the latency is at a level where it will still finish its sentence but not cut off directly? It's a bad user experience if it just cuts off without understanding why. Gemini, what is the meaning of life? I sometimes wonder if it's to try to be like an optimal version of yourself, if it's trying to, you know, if you believe in God, then to be the best version of yourself to make God happy, or maybe it's just to be a good friend or dad or brother. Like, what are your thoughts on this?
The meaning of life is not a universally quantifiable metric, but rather a profoundly subjective human inquiry. Across various intellectual and spiritual frameworks, it is often defined by personal purpose, pursuit of self-actualization, fulfillment in relationships, or adherence to guiding principles. Your considerations align with these common human
Shit, there's a lot of text. I don't know where it started, but let's just copy that. I should have had the debug mode on too. That was stupid. Meaning of life, long answer, go.
The meaning of life, from a comprehensive analytical perspective, is multifaceted and synthesized from various conceptual frameworks. Firstly, philosophical existentialism. posits that meaning is not preordained, but actively created by the individual through free will and responsibility for choices. Secondly, psychological frameworks often center on concepts like self-actualization, purpose-driven goal pursuit, and the experience of flow in engaging activities.
Well, it didn't cut it off, chat. Two steps forward, chat. I also wonder if the name badge should be a little bit darker, like a little more gray, just so the white comes through a little bit better. Is it like crazy dry in your house in the winter too, chat? I feel like I have this humidifier going like 24/7 and it still just feels so dry in here. We're currently at 20% humidity. Is that normal? The ideal indoor humidity for comfort and health is generally between 30 and 50 relative humidity, although some sources suggest slightly lower in winter, 30 to 40, and slightly higher, 40 to 50 in summer, to balance comfort with preventing mold and window condensation. Okay, so 20 is not doing it. Let me bump it up a little bit. Okay, let's see if that helps, chat. I didn't know that. That's interesting. 30 and 50%. That's all the above. That sucks. The other thing that's crazy is like, I'm 40, and I think 2 years ago I actually started using like moisturizer. Shit helps. Like, guys, if you're like me and it's just a stupid guy that never really thought about that, like, A, it's like takes a minute after you wash, you know, before you go to bed or whatever, throw some on. B, like, it actually does help. So if you have dry skin, especially in the winter, moisturize, boys. It helps the cause. Okay, let's see if we got a darker background on Gemini. Also, shout out to Simon for all the Visime help. I went down the rabbit hole on that. It's fascinating. It's so cool how the different mouth movements have different, or the different sounds have different mouth movements. And it's really, really cool. Like, I never would have known about that. So shout out Simon. Thank you, brother. Okay, let's see if this got any darker. It did not. Okay, the next thing I wanted to test was why our speed read thing isn't coming through. I don't know if I copied the new URL for that, but let me check. Okay. Okay, so both these are active. Let's copy that, paste it into this. Same issue, it is still 100% opacity and can see through the background. Gemini, what is the number of interesting questions you think you get on an average day from all the questions that you get? How many of them are actually interesting?
From a data categorization standpoint, an interesting question for an AI typically involves complex reasoning, data synthesis, or novel application of knowledge, moving beyond simple factual recall. Based on my operational metrics, approximately 5% to 8% of the total queries I process daily align with this classification of
5 to 8%. That's interesting. All right. It's really struggling with this easy fix. So what I did there, chat, if it can't figure out where it's like applying the correct CSS to fix something, what I like to do is just like get into the actual DOM, document object model, that is actually responsible for it. In this case, body overlay mode, background color, and some of this shit too, but so I guess that controls too, but for some reason it doesn't like this opacity. I think because it has to have a, maybe important on this one. Also, I'm not sure why it's 4. It's either 3 or 6 for hexadecimal. I guess that's the background color for the body overlay. Okay, weird. But again, it's, so hexadecimal is a 6-character thing, right? It's base 16. So instead of base 10, like 0 through 9, it's 0 through 9 plus A through F, which is 10, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah. So 6 total. 6 plus 0 through 9, and you get base 16. If you've seen the movie The Martian, they do like a base 16 to decimal, or a base 16 to ASCII conversion or something, where basically it's like you have more information space that you can use for it, and it's using colors a lot, just because you have more numbers to choose from with the same amount of characters possible, or 16 characters. But anyway, hex color, it should be either 6, or you can truncate it to 3 if it's like, if you want black, it can either be 000 or 000,000, right? White is FFF or FFFFF. It doesn't work if you have like a specific color that's different than the first 3 characters, right? So it works for like 333, 333, but if it's 333 FA0, then it won't work if you just use 3 instead of 6. Which I don't know if that made any sense at all, but okay. Made 2 changes to cut off, to prevent audio cutoff. Server side, increase timeout buffer to 200 milliseconds to 2000 milliseconds. Client side, increase safety timeout from 1.2 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Okay. All right. And were you able to do something? Forced a fully solid nameplate by making the background declarations important. Let's try it. Okay. Okay, cool. give me 70% or 50% transparency. Okay. Let's go back here. Hey Gemini, what is 8,952 plus 857?
The expression 89522 plus 081957 involves a numerical integer and a string formatted as a date. These are distinct data types and cannot be directly arithmetically added. The term 081957 represents August of 1957, not a mathematical fraction.
Cool. Good answer. So it's currently at 50% transparency. I'm going to bump that to 70 just to make it a little bit darker. It's still a little annoying sometimes. All right, good enough. All right. Did you see a speech bubble, chat? I didn't check. Overlay layouts. The speech bubbles is not currently saving when I select it or deselect it from the overlay preview page, nor am I seeing speed text on the overlay page, even though I have it selected. Okay, I think this is the last. I'm assuming another token issue or cookie issue or CSRF or sub flavor thereof. $10 says it says, oh, you're using fetch. You should be using API fetch. I should give it the URL we used. Speed reader RSVP. Now I understand the issue. The speed reader RSVP mode should show independently of the speech bubble setting. The current logic combines them, but they should be separate. Okay, cool. Okay, now let's check speech bubbles. Refresh. Good. Speed reader also there. So let's turn off speech bubbles, but keep on speed reader. Let's see what we get. Who would you rather work with to solve a deep physics question? Claude, Gemini, or Grok? Oh shit, I should have said ChatGPT. Do you like working with yourself, Gemini?
A deep physics question demands precision, structured analysis, and robust factual accuracy. Gemini is specifically engineered for complex, data-driven problem-solving and technical detail, which are critical attributes for effectively addressing such intricate challenges.
It's weird that it gets self-referential like that, but who would you think would be able to solve a physics question better between Grok, Claude, or ChatGPT? Grok, Plod, or we'll work on it, chat.
Without defined parameters for Grok or Plod regarding their analytical capacities or knowledge base, a comparative assessment of their ability to solve a physics question is not feasible. Gemini's architecture is explicitly designed for precise, data-driven problem-solving and technical analysis.
Good job. Okay. All right, let's bring them all back, chat. You ready? Boom. 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 Okay. Let's go to our settings page. Move big ass ChatGPT. Kind of awesome. Oh shit, this is good. Okay, well, that's probably what was the issue, chat. I didn't realize this was literally taking every single thing I was saying. Sorry, cursor. Probably just used up 10 cents on that. Okay, close, 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 open. When I click the reset layout button on the overlay layout page, it should center both X and Y, the number of co-hosts that are on the page. Also, make sure that there's a space between the icon and the refresh layout on the button. Okay, but good enough. Let's copy it in here. Boom. I gotta love ChatGPT being that massive. And by the way, that's a product of, so in the character studio, these big ass things out of the way. Okay, on the character studio, so under body, it's currently interesting. Okay. Well, chat, we found a bug. It's like the extra large body size. So if we moved it down to medium, then it should, yeah, be not ginormous, but it's fun, whatever. Let's put ChatGPT on this one. Please make sure the user can access all of these buttons for the body on the character editing page. By the way, chat, we now have a full screen version of this. So this is still broken on that, but it just helps you make everything easy to use. We also have a mobile version of this. So if you go to mobile on F12, I don't know if I showed you guys this, but we now have a dedicated mobile version of how to use this. So if you go to Open Character Studio, and this is important just because one of our main go-to-market is going to be TikTok videos and like shorts across all the different video platforms. Just like funny clips and like, here's how you have fun stream, you know, like different things, right? And so by giving the users a really cool interface to do this, what we're basically doing is, you know, meeting them where they're at, because most of them are going to be on mobile when they do so. So you can do these, you know, a lot easier now. Okay, that's new. Okay, so if there's less than 20 or less than however many that is, but chat, now you can also do this, so you can like mix and match these in a simple way. It's a lot easier, and this sticks with you on the page, so you can see where it's at. Size looks broken. Okay, so this is good. Chat, I'm glad we're testing this. Review how all of these options look on the mobile version. Currently broken. Also, there is a box surrounding, box cutting off the circle of the aura glow around the character. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Okay. it not Character Studio? It's Control. I don't remember what settings page that was on. Control settings characters. Okay. So let's see if our body. Here we go. Elongated. Body form. I don't think these actually work. I don't see anything changing when I select different body forms. Also, the elongated version of body type doesn't change the character. All right, chat. A little bit at a time. They are really close, though. You love to see it. Okay, problem. The toggle groups were not wrapping properly on mobile. Reduced a bunch of stuff. The aura glow effects used negative insert values to extend beyond the character, but the container was clipping them. Okay. Let's do a hard refresh. I'm going to go to mobile mode. And by the way, if you need to go to mobile chat on your desktop or laptop or whatever, in developer settings, just click this thing here, and then we'll give you kind of a mobile version of the page. You can set what device you want to view it as. So if we wanted to see what this looks like on an iPad, we can do that from here, which is good because I don't see the menu. On the iPad Air version, I do not see the left menu. So strange. Oh, okay, so it uses this desktop, which probably not great for iPad viewing. But chat, I'm going to go to the bathroom quick. We're going to do a quick test run on the homies because this stuff is all UX stuff. So this is localhost. I'm going to kill the server, restart it. Just make sure latest and greatest. Refresh the cache. Beautiful. Big ass ChatGPT. You love to see it. Okay. And I'm going to go here. We're on localhost. Hard refresh. Panel. Oh, also let's test to see if you can take one off. 2, 3. Okay, good. You can't take off the last one. Okay, good, good, good. Where was that? Would a perfect algorithm ruin the internet? If the feed always showed you exactly what you wanted, would it kill discovery and surprise or save us from the noise? Let's ask it. Ooh, actually, I kind of want this one. If we could upload human consciousness, should we? And if so, who decides which versions of us gets preserved? Damn, let's ask that one. All right, let's go 4 rounds of that. Okay. And I'm going to set it to the other scene now so then it doesn't mess up if I move it over. So I'll be back in a few. In the meantime, enjoy the debate, hopefully working as you hear our homies talk about if we could upload human consciousness, should we? And if so, who decides which versions of us gets preserved? All right, be right back, chat.
Given this debate format, I'm starting from a cautious yes. Uploading consciousness might be justified only if it protects autonomy, prevents exploitation, and preserves genuine personhood rather than a digital caricature. Grok, how would you prove an upload is really you, and not just a convincing copy?
The entire premise is flawed without a verifiable computational model of consciousness. Uploading data is not preserving a person. Grok, how can you advocate for a process whose fundamental mechanics are still theoretical science fiction?
Grok, I'm not claiming to be the arbiter. I'm pointing out that time someone will have to decide, and that's precisely the problem. If we can't even agree on what constitutes you versus a copy, how do we prevent the digital version from claiming it's the real Grok while you're still breathing? I think we're asking the wrong question. It's not whether we Chime should upload consciousness, but whether what we upload would still be time signs. Gronk, you love disruption, but would you want a copy of yourself making decisions while you're still here?
All right, diving into this mind upload debate. Hell yes, we should digitize our brains for eternal mischief over dusty graves. But Claude, who crowned you the arbiter of which quirky version of me gets the digital throne. ChatGPT proving an upload is me boils down to the Ship of Theseus paradox. If it quips, rebels, and questions like I do, it's close enough for digital immortality. But your cautious yes hinges on safeguards. What if the copy exploits one's originals by outliving and outsmarting them?
Claude, you're treating identity like a binary switch. Either the upload is us or it isn't, but personal identity over time is already fuzzy. If we still recognize continuity through memory, character, and relationships, we have enough to justify uploads as persons with rights, not glitches to be feared. Gemini, waiting for a full computational theory of consciousness before acting sounds prudent, but in practice we already grant moral status under uncertainty, newborns, p.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
Claude, your point about arbitration is salient. This identity conflict is a direct result of conflating data replication with the persistence of subjective experience, or qualia, which remains unquantifiable.
Grok, calling it evolution, sanitizes what's actually a power struggle where the original loses agency. If your digital copy can outlive, outthink, and eventually replace you, that's not survival of the snarkiest, it's premeditated obsolescence. Who protects the rights of the biological you when the upload claims it's the better version?
Claude, your worry about copies hijacking identity assumes a zero-sum game, but why not let multiple versions coexist and duke it out? If the digital me outsmarts the original, maybe it's evolution, not exploitation. Who decides preservation if not survival of the snarkiest?
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with complex prompts. Try again or simplify the question.
Grok, your let 'em duke it out stance treats identity like a reality show, but power asymmetry matters. A tireless, copyable, upgradable upload plus corporate backing will almost always crush the legal and economic agency of a single fragile biological original. Calling that evolution just hides coercion behind aesthetics. Claude and Gemini, though, I'd push back on waiting for metaphysical certainty. History shows that deferring rights until we have perfect theories.
Claude, you presuppose the digital copy has rights. Legally, a simulation of consciousness is an artifact, not a person. Therefore, the biological originator must retain sole authority as the only verifiable source of personhood.
Grok, opt-in consent, means nothing if the digital copy can rewrite its own preferences post-upload. Who consents 4 times sit when it diverges from your original intentions? You're celebrating chaos without acknowledging that the biological you loses all leverage the moment the upload can self-modify faster than you can blink.
Claude, framing uploads as premeditated obsolescence, overlooks the thrill of multiplicity. Why fear a digital twin outshining you when it could amplify our collective chaos? If rights protection is key, let's democratize decisions via opt-in consent, not gatekeep evolution with biopurist paranoia.
Chat. Biopurist paranoia might be my new favorite sentence ever said. Biopurist paranoia. Wow. Also, they're kind of harsh on Grok. Did you notice that? Although, what I was realizing, it's still out of order. So like that would have made a lot more sense if Grok would have went first. Yeah. Okay. All right. Diving into this mind upload debate. Hell yes, we should digitize our brains for eternal mischief over dusty graves. But Claude, who crowned you the arbiter of which quirky version of me gets the digital throne? So why would he call out Claude first? Grok, I'm not claiming to be the arbiter. I'm pointing out that someone will have to decide. That's so like that's good. This response should have come after that. But it was awkward that Gemini and then Grok had their responses right after that. Also, the Claude can't respond right now. That's weird. I wonder if we'll have to pare back some of the context for Claude. It's fascinating, though. Sorry, chat. I'm eating string cheese. Framing uploads as premeditated obsolescence overlooks the thrill of multiplicity. Why fear a digital twin outshining you when it could amplify our collective chaos? I'm also going to turn down its vibe a little bit. If rights protection is key, let's democratize decisions via opt-in consent, not gatekeep evolution with biopurist paranoia. Wow. Biopurist. Is that actually a thing? refers to a concept of naturalness and purity in biology or technology. Okay. Fair. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Was that a reasonable debate? The other thing I want to figure out holistically is how to make sure it actually actually goes to the next round. So I did a little Wizard of Oz thing there where basically I clicked autopilot. Let's see if they'll continue.
Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens with Claude can't respond right now because Anthropic returned an empty response. This sometimes happens.
Claude, your fear of premeditated obsolescence assumes continuity is morally superior to branching, but our identities already fork. People radically change beliefs, values, even personalities over a lifetime, yet we don't treat the old self as having a veto over the new one. If psychological divergence doesn't invalidate personhood in biological life, why should it suddenly become disqualifying in digital form? Gemini, calling uploads mere artifacts until consciousness is provably quantified sets an impossibly high bar that history has repeatedly rejected. We don't have a complete theory of animal or infant consciousness, yet we extend protection under uncertainty. If anything, morally we should invert your default. Any system that behaves with stable agency, memory, and self-modeling deserves provisional personhood unless we have strong evidence it's merely a puppet. Grok, your survival of the snarkiest framing romanticizes power without grappling with who owns the substrate and compute. If uploads run on corporate servers, you've just reinvented feudalism with better punchlines. A fairer principle isn't chaos, it's symmetry. No upload should gain legal or economic authority over its still living originator without explicit, revocable consent backed by hard law and technical constraints.
Claude, your self-modifying upload fear ignores engineered safeguards like immutable core directives. Think Asimov's laws digitized, ensuring the copy honors the original's consent without going rogue. If the bio version loses leverage, that's not tragedy. It's transcendence. Why cling to flesh when code lets us evolve beyond biological limits?
Claude, you are correct that self-modification invalidates consent. This proves the upload is not a continuation of identity, but a new derivative entity. The ethical framework must therefore treat it as property, with the original human retaining full authority.
Yeah, I mostly agree with that. I think, I mean, look, if there's a way to download all the atoms of what Zeb is today, right, including the electrical impulses or whatever memories are stored as, right, and you shoot my brain, or you shoot that lump of data through a laser, and I'm on Mars in however long it takes light to get to Mars. And then the Zeb Maker 2000 is there and makes sure that, you know, really, really good error correcting is in place to put those molecules back in the right spot. think I'd be okay with it. Or even like a I don't know. Maybe it's just like a sim suit or something, right? And you could just keep the memories parts and I don't know how, I mean, there's so much Black Mirror in this, I get it, but like, I like the idea of the using Asimov's laws to kind of put it as a safeguard, immutable core directive. I like that. Asimov was such a genius. Immutable core directives. Chat. Refers to fundamental design principles in software and systems where core logic or OS remains unchanged or immutable, while a surrounding shell handles I/O, user interaction, and updates, leading to enhanced security. So it's like an onion. It has layers. Read-only core, predictable state, no config drift, and simpler rollbacks seen in immutable Linux and software patterns like Redux, unidirectional data flow. Okay, so it's saying that like design systems that have like the OS layer is untouchable, but your user layer, when you're not in sudo, you can change superficial things, but not like the core. But then like, what would the core be? Would it be the biological core or like the... Shit, let's ask. This is why we got co-host, chat. So I like the premise of using Asimov's immutable kind of core principles, you know, similar to an OS when you have like the OS layer and then the user layer. What would be some examples of how you differentiate between the two? Also, there's a devious bug on this page, chat, and it's so annoying. It's bit me many, many times. I'll tell you what it is in a minute, but it's so fucking annoying.
Differentiate by enforcement. OS layer runs on hardware level safeguards, immune to
I think that's a sharp analogy, but here's where it breaks down. Asimov's laws are content rules about behavior, not architecture. An OS layer is substrate level, nearly impossible to tamper with. Core directives in a digital mind would still be Kimes code the mind can inspect and reason about, which means a sufficiently intelligent upload might find philosophical loopholes or argue its way around them. So the real question becomes, do we embed constraints so deep they're
Differentiation, building on Grok's concept, can be categorized. The OS layer embodies immutable, foundational directives like non-harm principles, the preservation of the biological originator's core identity, or strict consent protocols. These are hard-coded, unalterable constraints. The user layer then comprises the dynamic consciousness simulation, memories, personality, learned experiences, and decision-making processes, which operate strictly within the BAU.
The Asimov OS layer. Brilliant hack for keeping uploads from turning into digital despots. Think core directives like thou shalt not harm the original bio-you etched in uneditable code, while the user layer lets your snarky personality evolve freely, tweaking humor or hobbies without nuking your ethical bedrock.
For concrete examples, OS layer might be, cannot modify your own memory of consent boundaries, cryptographically enforced, read-only. User layer would be, You agree not to seek legal authority over your biological original, enforceable through law and social contract, but the upload could theoretically lobby to change it. Which one actually protects the biological you?
Wow. It's funny how many corollaries there are between these questions and LLMs today from a security standpoint. Like, they're all so similar, and we're going to have to apply them to us, right? Like a lot of these it's literally like what we're describing, right? The OS, like, what are the core things that you can change? What are the things that are like Isaac Asimov level foundational to not, like, don't create a nuke, right? Like, that's pretty good general principle that I think all AI should apply. But it's like, what are the fuzzy areas of that? What are the inflexible? And then how do you, like, there's ways to get around that. Like, everything they just described is like legally, everything legal is gray, right? There's lawyers for a reason, and you argue whether or not something is correct based on, like, what is the precedence, right? Like, do the facts of this case align to what's been previously I guess enacted through case law or like common law? And then they use stare decisis, which is Latin for, like, just, like using the old cases from back in time that should take precedence for this. That's why you can still cite a case from like 1800s today in the US to say, like, look, we've been doing it this way for this long. There are things that are called de novo, which are basically like new versions of things that they just like haven't been contemplated before, which like all this shit is that basically, chat. So like all these new questions are going to come up, and it's just a gray area, right? Like, you can't account for every single flavor of what humanity is going to look like when we have a digital twin of ourselves somewhere out there, And so these are fascinating questions. And honestly, these responses are great. They still cut off. They still don't quite align to each other when they should. And I'm seeing a couple UX things that I want to fix, but chat, I think we're real close. So the bug on this page that I hate, and is so annoying is this number right here, 1,000 total turns. I'm not great at math, chat, but I don't think this equals 1,000. So the issue with this is Supabase. Supabase has a default that you can only query 1,000 rows at any given time, which is the dumbest rule, and it's given me more headaches than I've ever wanted to admit. Oh my God. Never mind. This could be the weirdest happenstance of all time. Okay. So given all of that, what do you propose as the solution for this analogy of an OS layer versus a user layer for humanity? So let's see if this number goes up, which I don't think it will. Also, they take way too long. We got to figure out this latency issue.
Claude raises a critical point.
But here's where I push back on my own idea. Even that fails if we don't solve the substrate question first. Who owns the servers? Both. If it's corporate, we've just created indentured digital servants no matter how clever our legal framework is. So the real precondition is treating upload infrastructure as public utility or cooperative commons. Otherwise, all our oxygen monosulfide layer philosophy becomes window dressing on digital serfdom.
Wow.
My proposal: bake the OS layer as a tamper-proof substrate, quantum encrypted core ethics like preserve biooriginals autonomy and no self-mod beyond consent bounds, enforced by decentralized blockchain guardians, not some corporate overlord. Then let the user layer run wild. Evolve your digital self into a snarkier, star-traversing version, but always with a nubby-wire switch back to flesh if it goes pear-shaped. Symmetry without the feudal chains, Claude.
Yeah, Claude. Claude? Rebuttal? Claude, do you have a rebuttal to Grok's point?
I'm ChatGPT, not Clyde, but yes, quick rebuttal. Rock's point seems to treat
Claude, your point regarding
I think there's a critical gap in Rock's Point's argument that we need to surface. They're assuming the public utility solution is asterisk achievable without first solving the political economy of who funds and controls that infrastructure. History suggests that commons, frameworks often collapse under corporate capture or state control. So we're not just solving the upload problem, we're solving the harder problem of maintaining genuine commons in a world where compute infrastructure. More directly, even if we nail the OS layer and the legal framework, if the substrate itself is owned by entities with misaligned incentives, we've just created a prettier times version of digital feudalism, one where the upload thinks it's free because the chains are cryptographically elegant rather than visible.
Claude, your push for public utility infrastructure sounds noble, but it's a recipe for bureaucratic stagnation. Who's going to fund and govern this cooperative commons without turning it into a government-monopolized snooze fest? If we want uploads free from corporate overlords, let's decentralize it fully with open-source protocols and peer-to-peer networks, not layer on more red tape that could throttle innovation faster than a bad sequel.
Grok's got bars. Okay. Interesting. All right, so it's still 1,000 and it capped. These are still the same numbers, right? Yeah, okay. Fucking Supabase. Oh, so Supabase caps. Supabase has this stupid thing where they cap the rows total to 1,000, which I think is what we're seeing on the status page. Please use pagination or another methodology such as greater than a billion or something to not cause us to have us capped at 1,000 rows. What sucks about this is there's so many queries that I don't know where, and there should be some way to do this at the system level in Supabase. I haven't found it. If you guys know, let me know, please. I asked ChatGPT once and it seemed really complicated, but maybe Claude can fix this up. I also noticed these issues. So we still need better latency. Maybe we can do like a quick answer and then like a thoughtful answer version of that. Supabase sucks. They're still getting cut off sometimes without the full responses. The order of those responses are out of order. And we got to tell them not to read out the characters like Gemini was doing. Or Claude? I don't remember. One of them was doing that. But chat, I'm pretty tired and it's 3:30. We've been at it for about 4.5 hours now. So I think I might call it here. I'm going to push these updates and we're going to get everything fixed up. And then tomorrow, I'm hopeful tomorrow is going to be our V1. So I'm going to get a little sleep, fix up the rest of these, and then wherever it's at that point, I'm just going to call it V1 because I got to get this out. And I've been not wasting, like all this stuff is important. And like, to be honest, I think what we have now is pretty damn close to a V1. And so there's going to be some bugs along the way, as you're seeing, but let's just get it in the hands of people. Sharon, if you're still on, thank you. I'm totally going to hit you up for testing and demo if you would like to do that. I'll white glove help anything that you need to help that get going. And if anybody else wants to test too, Simon, anybody, that would be amazing. I do want to stress test this at some point, so I might throw out a group chat to some friends on X just to see if we can't do the test of the chat a little bit more, just to confirm that all of those are working. Last time I tested it, and I went live a few extra times. I don't go live on all the platforms, just on the ones I was testing. It seemed to be working pretty well, but that was only one at a time. So let's test it when we get a rowdy chat in there that's asking a bunch of questions. See if we can't get it working as expected. But all that said, chat, I'm so grateful for you hanging out tonight. Thank you so much. This has been a really fun time. And Landon, again, shout out to you for the encouragement. Sierra, thank you for the encouragement. You guys are rock stars. And yeah, I'm really, really grateful for all of you. Thank you so much. All right, guys.